World Pro Racing, where sim racing becomes real.
Senna was a god. No one could even dream to follow him.
I'm from a very humble background.
The role of women at that time were really difficult.
It's just so dangerous. You are risking not only your life, but also my life.
World Pro Racing, where sim racing becomes real.
Teamwork is a vital, important step within the endurance racing community. And here on World Pro Racing this very evening, it's going to be no different as we return with the Duo Series. Alex Goldschmidt and Nico Hillebrand, your official commentary team for tonight's festivities. And, well, following on from what I had last week with the HyperX Open Series, well, we return to the Eifel region, back to the Nurburgring Grand Prix circuit, for what is set to be a fantastic 3-hour encounter. We have got the best part of nearly 20 or so teams around this fantastic circuit, inaugurated back in 1984 and has hosted the Nurburgring Grand Prix in Formula 1 and also has been known as the Eifel Grand Prix. So, firstly, a warm welcome to you watching on the relevant World Pro Racing live streams on Facebook Live, Twitch and YouTube, and of course, a warm welcome to our viewers at Malta's TVM Sport channel, motorsport.tv, and the eSports television network. And of course, we can't be here without our sponsors and partners: Gaming Malta, Thrustmaster, GT Omega Racing, HyperX, and AMD. Nico, you in your own right, you know about endurance racing, whether it be a 3-hour race or a 24-hour race on the Assetto Corsa Competizione platform, but teamwork is the key word tonight. It is about precision, it is about consistency, and at one particular track that we're racing at tonight is going to provide a lot of drama. And as they say, it does take two to tango.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've got a 3-hour race tonight. Hello, everyone, by the way. And, you know, it's just the perfect mix between a sprint and an endurance race, simply because no matter what happens, you still have to keep error free, but at the same time, you will have to bring some solid pace over the entirety of these 3 hours to still be at the top at the end of it. And of course, with the Nurburgring, the weather here changes in 5 minutes, and we've got 3 hours ahead of us. So I think we can look forward to a very exciting race, especially considering the weather circumstances at the Nurburgring 24 hours, which happened last weekend.
Yes, exactly. A lengthy red flag stoppage for the second year in succession that saw, I think it was probably at about 10 p.m. local time at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and then action resumed at about 8 o'clock in the morning. There was so much low-lying fog. Also, we've got some people in the chat as well. Thiago Lima, a well-known face around these parts here at World Pro Racing, GT Omega, RPM Esports' very own Sheldon Muscat is cheering on the two cars that will be out there tonight. We have got a whole host of machinery: Bentley, Aston Martin, Porsche, Nissan, McLaren, and the Cavallino Rampante, the prancing horse of Ferrari. And we've got a 15-minute free practice session, a 20-minute qualifying session, and then it is a 3-hour race. Now, there are effectively mandatory pit stops. So there are 3 mandatory pit stops and driver swaps required on each pit stop. And that's going to be crucial, Nico, because you want to make sure that the driver swaps are done relatively cleanly. We have seen it before on the platform where someone's connection has gone, there's been a disconnect, or there's been a technical problem with that second driver trying to join the server, and that could possibly cause a problem for some teams tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, one of the examples is actually, well, you know, what could go wrong, what could cause stress even before the race starts, is from one of the Battle of Our Motorsport Porsches that we actually have here, Rene Butler and Amir Thacker. A lot of people around the gaming scene on Twitch, you know, they will probably know more as Cyanide Plays Games. Mm-hmm. And, you know, he actually couldn't quite get his pedals mounted right in time to actually start the race. So, you know, last minute they still had to switch around. So you can see sometimes it even begins, you know, before the race starts, that you can really feel the stress in the team rising, and, you know, everything has to be adjusted just at the last minute. But as far as I know, they will still make the start, and let's hope that they can still finish it properly as well.
Indeed. Don't forget to head to worldproracing.com/events for all the latest racing action that's going to be coming up. We'll talk about that later on during the broadcast, but let's see if we can go trackside here at the Nurburgring for free practice. I hope we can do momentarily, but there is going to be a lot of action here on World Pro Racing. You can interact with us if you are on YouTube, if you are on Twitch. Please do so. We'd love to hear from you. We'd like to hear who you're cheering on tonight. There are quite a few familiar names that I recognise as well from the Assetto Corsa Competizione sim racing community. The likes of, say, I mean, you mentioned Amir Thacker, Rene Butler, who we both, well, we know Rene both very, very well indeed. We've also got the likes of Paul Lindsay, who's in there, Dean Riley, and Rich Smith. Silver Pirmets, the Estonian, a regular here on World Pro Racing. Dean Vella, Itmar Yativ, Jack Noller, Johannes Weiss, Kieran Vidargo on there as well. So there's quite a whole host of sim racing talents that use this particular platform respectively. Of course, we also do R Factor 2 and Gran Turismo Sport on both PC and PS4. We've got a lot coming up, and it looks like there's... I'm just seeing at the moment, according to our live timing at the moment, the air temperature is 24 degrees, the track temperature 32 degrees, and you mentioned about weather here, Nico, as we go trackside with 10.5 minutes to go in the session, and it looks like SimSport Racing in the form of Dean Riley, the Aston Martin, has a top 4 meritocracy at the moment in free practice, but qualifying, the 20-minute session is going to be rather crucial tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And overall, you have to see, of course, Aston Martin, normally a car that was launched with a bit of issues, you know, in form of the GTE car very prominently, but the GT3 car, quite a lot smoother release, so to say, quite a lot smoother overall, and overall quite a fan favorite and driver pickings favorite, simply because it has been worked over quite a lot recently in ACC. And, well, the good handling seemingly is liked by quite a few drivers, as we can see in the top 4. We have George Slomos now in the Nissan, going through the Schumacher S. Also, a car that is not picked as often, so to say. Well, so we have a very nice little difference between cars that, you know, are just a mainstream pick, like said Aston Martin, but then also, you know, a bit of a sidewinder, so to say, with the Nissan. And obviously the other big boy in 5th place with Jack Noller in the Bentley.
Yes, more commonly known as the Boatley when things get a bit wet out on circuit, or I think one particular event I was commentating on, there was such a torrential downpour, I actually went one further and called it the Yachtley, because it was literally dispersing water to the left and to the right. So Dean Riley, top of the timesheets at the moment with a 1:53.904. Simon Wilkes from SimSport Racing, the number 12 Aston Martin, just over half a second adrift. And then is 15 thousandths quicker than Kieran Vidargo in the 43, also one of the SimSport Racing teams here tonight. Then we got Miles Dixon from Pulse SimSport in the 52 Aston Martin, Jack Noller in the 36 Bentley, George Siomos. So We'll go on board with Dean Riley, on board a lap of this just shy of 3.2 mile circuit, down into the Haughaken. So first gear, one of the two slowest corners on the circuit, now into the Mercedes arena. And you can just see how he's trying to just coax the momentum out of the car. The Aston Martin itself producing 535 brake horsepower from its 4-litre twin-turbo V8 engine, producing 700 newton meters of torque. Red line on the RPMs, 7,425. As he now goes into the next left-hander at Valvoline, into the right-hander here at Ford. And this run down to Dunlop, it's a bit of a shortened variation of the Parabolica going through at Hockenheim. And now into the right-hander, down from fourth, into first, tight on the apex, allow the car to drift to the left-hand side before the run up the hill to the Michael Schumacher S's. So now up into fourth gear. Sometimes there will be a little bit of a lift to allow the car to just bite down on the tarmac. And now builds the speed up towards Michelin and then into Warsteiner. Down to second gear. Someone up ahead kicked up the dust a little bit there going through the apex. So took a little bit of grass cutting there. Riley now out of Warsteiner. Through into the fastest corner at the circuit. Advant taking at fifth gear and exiting it at around about 230 kilometers an hour before the NGK chicane. Down from fifth gear, hard on the brakes, through into third, and you can sometimes straight line it. But I have seen it where people have rallycrossed through there, through the Coca-Cola Curva, and Riley now will come through to complete another lap with just over 6.5 minutes to go in free practice, and goes slightly quicker, 1 minute 53.883. You can just see how well purchased that number 22 SimSports Solutions car is, Nico.
Yeah, absolutely. The car seemed very, very stable all throughout the lap. A little bit of a missed turning point, so at the Schumacher S, so a little bit of improvements still to be found there, simply because it's a little bit momentum, of course, lost when you don't get the right turning point, when you have to lift off a little bit, and that, of course, gets exaggerated by the steep uphill section that the Schumacher S actually is. And as we see here, Paul Lindsay now with the SimSport Racing number 12 Aston Martin, making his way to that right set section. Can actually see what actually went wrong earlier there with Dean Riley. You can see how aggressively he attacks the outside curb there, and then just barely tries to stay off the left inside curb, then right side. You want to get as close to the gravel as possible, but not onto the gravel. And I think Dean Riley just hit the outside curb on the entry a little bit too hard at the beginning, and that just kept the car a little bit too long up in the air, and then, of course, made him miss his turning point.
So if you are watching on the YouTube stream, thank you very much for joining us. Don't forget to hit the like button, smash the subscribe button, and also hit the notification bell. Coming up this week, tomorrow night, we have got the season finale, round 5 of the Alpine GT4 Championship, which heads to Elkhart Lake at Road America. And between Alex Trejon and Alessio Spinelli, looks like we're going to have a championship decided. There's René Butler in the 557 Porsche from Butler Pal Motorsport. Interesting fact, René and I were actually talking via Discord Messenger this evening, and an interesting statistic. Well, Butler Pal Motorsport not only dabbles in sim racing, but also real life racing, especially at the Nurburgring Nordschleife, and one of the drivers who actually races for Butler Pal, who Nico also knows as well due to his affiliation with the team. Richard Schaefer, I believe, in the Ford Fiesta ST180 in Class VT1 of the RCN, set the lap record, and that's well over 20 kilometers, 8 minutes 28. So it just goes to show that you can transfer from sim racing to real life, and Richard's achievements there just showcased how good you can actually become, as Silver Pirmetz from Flat Out Racing in the number 10, looking to improve in the number 10 Porsche from 14th, and has got a little bit of work to do. We did see Silver at the penultimate round of the Alpine GT4 Championship, which took place at Silverstone last Wednesday. This week we've also got round 3 of the AMD GT4 series, which will head to Kyalami, and then the penultimate round of Season 3 of the World Pro Racing Assetto Corsa Competizioni Sprint Series, which will head to Autodromo Nazionale di Monza this coming Friday. So plenty of action to keep you all entertained. And also for those wanting to enter the Multinational GT3 Championship fueled by NMED, the good thing is that everything has been extended with regards to registering your entry, and that is going to be towards the tail end of June. There's Ash Knight in the number 9 Slipstream Racing Porsche. So Aston Martin with 6 cars in this grid seems to have the biggest conglomerate, but then Weissach's finest, Nico, is very much in good supply.
Absolutely, and we only have one of the BPM cars currently with a lap time noted down, with, of course, team owner Rene Butler having just finished his lap, but do not count out Johannes Weiss, because much like Richard Schäfer, and those two guys are actually teammates as well in our World Pro Racing Sprint Series. These two guys actually just last week, almost exactly a week ago, last week on Thursday, they actually shared the Fiesta ST together in real life, so both of them having made the jump from virtual to real, and Johannes Weiss also, well, really showing that, you know, he has quite a lot of driving ability to go around, not just in real life, but also in virtual, and actually a quite fun conversation that we had afterwards, because he also was called in on Saturday for the SRO Esports Endurance Europe Series by Honda to be a temporary third driver for one of the cars, and just jumping in there right after his second COVID vaccine shot, he was quite surprised to notice that, well, in the SimSeat you quite indeed do not have G-forces to make you feel the movement of the car in your buttocks, so to say.
Yeah, definitely. Well, good evening to... now that reminded me of a moment where you might remember this as well, Nico, where a BMW M4 GT4 decided to enter the pit lane at the Nurburgring Nordschleife and did exactly the same thing that Paul Lindsay's done. Paul Lindsay doesn't have an invoice to worry about, but the driver of the M4 GT4 ended up going a bit viral, let's say, when the bonnet decided to flip up as the catch was dismounted from the front bumper and smacked the windscreen right on the exit of the pit lane. Good evening to Chris Pinchbeck. Oh, and also another familiar name as well in these parts, and Luke Whitehead, who says it's going to be a fun race on Thursday. Chris Pinchbeck says good luck to all 3 SimSport Racing teams. There's Kieran Vidago in the SimSport Racing number 43. And that thunderous roar of that twin-turbo V8 now roaring its way up towards the next left-hander here at Michelin before the next right-hander at Warsteiner, as we're fast coming to the conclusion of the session. Little bit of breakaway to the left-hand side of the rear axle of that Aston Martin, but at the moment Riley leads the session as the checkered will now come out on the session. Vidago looking to hopefully improve through into the NGK chicane, absolutely driving that thing like he stole it, and decides to abort. But Riley, Lindsay and Vidago and Dixon, that is a top 4 for Aston Martin. Jack Noller from the GT Omega RPM Esports crew in the number 36, rounding out the top 5. Then you have, so the checkered has officially come out according to live timing. Siomos Babaalal in 7th in the number 13 McLaren. There's Ash Knight coming through Warsteiner, now heading down the long run towards Advan. And as always, you hear the rumble of the Aston Martin, you hear the roar of the Porsche, amongst other things, and then the McLaren, quite affectionately known as the Torque Monster, can also make a nice noise from its M840 4-litre twin-turbo V8, which has the most torque of anything out of this grid. As now Ash Knight heads towards the checkered flag and across the line, and that is it for the session. So a pretty good showcase from Aston Martin there, Nico. So it's really good to... Well, I'm now going to answer a question from Luke Whitehead in the YouTube chat. Thank you very much, Luke. Hello, Alex and Nico too. who's your bets on? And he said, my bets are on my boy, the man, the myth, the legend, Jack Noller. I'm going to throw a bit of a curveball here. I think it could be one of the SimSport racing teams, maybe even Pulse SimSport, with the way that we've just seen free practice. But as they say, it's time for show. Times are for show. Points are to go. We've got qualifying coming up very, very shortly indeed. Nico, it's always a that's one of the questions I don't like, is the fact that we get asked our predictions, because we both know that in real life and in sim racing, predictions normally go out of the window rather rapidly.
Well, the thing is, especially at the Nurburgring, even only at the Grand Prix circuit only.
I like how you just threw that one in there.
The thing is, it ain't over till it's over, and I think especially after the Nurburgring 24 hours, where we just had so much chaos in such a tight packed schedule, with basically 5 meters of fog. Luckily we don't have that here, but we can still get the equivalent of mass downpour, flooded track, and all that stuff. Normally, if you have a race at Barcelona, at Brands Hatch and stuff, and normally rain is a very British thing, yeah. But
Yes.
Nurburgring is, so to say, much like the melting pot of cultures in Germany. Germany is just the Nurburgring is very much cultural appropriation of the British. That it just gets random downpours quite nicely, and
yeah, so it's a bit like talking of another circuit not too far away from the Nurburgring, Spa-Francorchamps.
Yeah, absolutely.
So literally, we've talked about one country, we talked about one particular nation, and then we've talked about 2 particular circuits that have their own microclimates at the best of times. And obviously, for those that might have actually seen what happened at Spa-Francorchamps the other weekend, where there was such a torrential downpour that the tunnels underneath the grandstand going down from La Source to the water literally went down. However, we get back to the business at hand, and now qualifying 20-minute session, as we now see Jack Noller in the, he's not only repping the GT Omega RPM esports colours of red, white and blue, but also, because it's the Bentley, I love the sort of like the tribute to the Union Jack there.
Yeah, and it can't be a British car without the proper, Union Jack as well. I absolutely love this option for the livery editor, simply because it's a Bentley, it knows what it's about, and it's proud. So very, very nice to see that. Of course, we know that quite a lot from GT Omega RPM Esports in these colors, and it just fits absolutely perfectly here, as we have Jack Noll now on his outlap, of course. And, quite honestly, once again, asking for our predictions, I think it's quite difficult, of course, because these cars that we have here, the Aston Martin, the Porsche, the Bentley, and Nissan, and all that, and especially the McLaren as well, because the McLaren is the one with the most prominent qualifying ECU map, which uses a lot of fuel, makes the car incredibly fast. However, the car can't drive a full 60-minute stint with that qualifying fuel map, so to say. So it's really, really difficult to pinpoint, who will be the fastest guy, and if that qualifying pace will completely carry over into the race as well, as we have Dean Riley now going into turn 1.
Yeah, and Riley's just put the benchmark down, the initial one, 1 minute 53.499. Johannes Weiss from Wuppertal Motorsport goes second in the Porsche, and then Jack Noller did go initially P3, but Kieran Vidaga decided to spoil the party. Silva Pyramids up into P5. And then we have Jeff Lima from Koenig in the Ferrari, drops down. René Butler puts in a pretty good lap time. He did say to me, I might be a little bit slow. Well, not too shabby on your first time, René, out in the car, 1 minute 55.929, but the times are changing. We've also got Siomos in the 101 that has just gone P6 ahead of Baba Alal in the number 13, who's had some shout-outs in there. Paul Lindsay from SimSport Racing is also in there as well. And now that was a bit of an overstep. Just booted the throttle on that Aston Martin, and the car kicked out to the left-hand side, coming out of Dunlop. Now he heads his way up to Michelin, and then into the right-hander here at Warsteiner. So you can see that pretty much a lot of the drivers now out on the circuit putting their benchmarks down, as we've just had Ash Knight from Slipstream Racing go up into 7th position, and that was on a 1 minute 55.488. 14 and a half minutes to go in this session, and it looks like we might have we're going to have probably the best part of 19, nearly 20 cars, so nearly the best part of 38 drivers out here tonight as Dean Riley comes out of the Coca-Cola Curva, and now we'll put the throttle down in the Aston Martin, goes across the line, and on that particular occasion 1 minute 54.015, but you could just see that he's pushing to get that track advantage here, and especially when the green flag waves at the back of the field when they go racing for 3 hours, Nico, you want that all-important track position here going into the Haghagen.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think especially at the start here, and this is one of the things that will be quite difficult, I think, to predict the winner for. Currently we have the classic duel between twin-turbo or single-turbo, or just generally a turbo engine car versus a naturally aspirated car at the start from the same line, and especially knowing that Johannes Weiss is driving that Porsche, a car that he's not normally driving, but still within half a second of pole position right now. I'd say that Dean Riley should definitely watch his mirrors and of course watch the radar that he has, because Johannes Weiss, he is a guy, very fair fighter of course, but also incredibly fast and very, very good on wheel-to-wheel fighting. So I first of all think that he's not quite done yet with qualifying, and second of all, I think as long as he's behind that wheel, of course his teammate Luke Whitehead will also drive and will also have to perform then, but as long as Johannes Weiss is behind the wheel of that machine or just behind any car, I'd always say, to the guys who are in front of him, don't quite get comfortable yet, this guy is quite fast.
Yeah, Johannes Weiss currently P2 in qualification. Miles Dixon got the 52 Pulse SimSport Aston Martin up to P3 as Johannes Weiss comes through the Coca-Cola Curva and just tries to get the car pointing in the right direction, not putting down the power too early. Goes across the line and gets to within 0.26 of Dean Riley. So it is Gaydon versus Weissach at the moment. Kieran Vidago rounds out the top 5 and he's just under 1.3 seconds off of the pace from Riley. Yellow flags have just been shown, but Kieran Vidago goes quicker still, 1 minute 54.009. Top 3 covered by a fraction over half a second. Marcelo Fortio from Speed.exe, the number 34 McLaren, currently P8, ahead of Daniel Stramer from GT Omega RPM Esports. And Fortio that particular time does actually improve ever so slightly with the personal best, but keeps the McLaren in 8th place. Daniel Stramer, and as I say that is another change, and this time Simon Wilkes in the number 12 car goes up into P4 ahead of Miles Dixon and behind Kieran Vidago. And at the moment 17 cars have made a respective lap time, and they're all covered by they're covered by, I think that is Nikodem Sakazka that is in 17th, 6.1 seconds, and God, the team names are just coming out again, aren't they? This is what we find here, that there's always plenty of banter, Nico, especially when team names come into prominence, when we see on the bottom right hand corner of our screens, like say, what was it, one of my friends had someone say, oh, well, so and so is my nemesis, and referring to my buddy. It just goes to show that there is plenty of banter here in sim racing behind the scenes.
Yeah, I just remember, I think the most popular example for one of these little fun-poking nicknames as well was from Gergely Quinchabo. I love Justin Nipsett.
Oh yes,
So,
yes.
Absolutely lovely. So, of course, it's a very professional working environment here, but at the same time, no one forgets how to have fun. Everyone is here because they love racing, and it's really visible because everyone from all talents or like beginner stages or beginner stage or complete pro, everyone comes here to race. They're all having a great time here, and well, while they're at it, they're also having fun. So it's not quite, like a hyper competitive, F1 paddock, so to say, where it's a silent content, so to say, where the teams walk past each other sometimes. But it's a lot of banter, it's a lot of friends, so to say, just hanging out.
Yeah, very, very true. Good to see Gene Pinchback joining and watching the stream. Chris Pinchback's mum, actually. So, hi, Gene. Hope you're keeping well. Wishing all the very best to SimSport Racing All Cars, and in particular, Chris Pinchback and Kieran Vidargo. So, a big thank you, Gene, for tuning in. There's Kevin Bungard in the B&G Racing. Now, that's a bright livery and a half. A bit of Banksy graffiti there on the back bumper as he flies his way through the Michael Schumacher S's. Quite a lot of acronyms on there, some of which I can't really repeat because everyone will know what I'm talking about. But Bungard goes a little bit sideways. The back end steps out to the right-hand side, going through Michelin, but keeps it nice and composed. Going through into Warsteiner, now into the right-hander here at Advan at over 220 kilometers an hour. That's about approximately 140 miles an hour. Hard on the brakes into the NGK chicane, and a bit of Knight Rider action there going through the first part of it. Both left wheels rise up into the air. But one of the other things about what you need here in terms of setup, Nico, is you need to have a car that has a compliant ride. You don't need it to be a bone shaker, but you do need like a damper rebound that will actually allow you to keep the car composed, especially going through parts like the NGK chicane, like going through into Dunlop, because you've got camber and toe in and toe out to compare with around the circuit, and this is just what's this is what it's all about. And here it's very, very demanding. I mean, the Nurburgring Grand Prix circuit is not one that allows you to relax that much.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have longer sort of straight parts, but that's really only breaks a little for you to catch your breath. As we can see here from Johannes Weiss now, just this long little, kink, so to say. Like, it's not quite a straight, longer stretched kink as he goes to the Dunlop curve and then up the hill, and immediately you have to be so precise again. So you always have these little breathing pauses, but then you always have to be on your edge again. So it's not really quite, like a Bathurst, for example, of course, where you just enter the hill and then it's like, okay, absolute precision for the next minute, otherwise you're dead, son. This is still, a bit more forgiving, of course, because you have runoff, because, that's actually the beauty. You don't have tarmac runoff, you still have grass and gravel, and, you actually lose time if you go off track, except for the Mercedes arena. Then again, when you are on the tarmac runoff at the Mercedes arena, then you're doing something wrong anyway. But, yeah, you can just see, even though you have these little breaks, these longer straights, first of all, they provide a lot of overtaking opportunity, a lot of drafting opportunities, and now Johannes Weiss actually goes pole position after he had this dominance of Aston Martin before the qualifying started. And, you could see, he just really completely spot on the entire time. Precision. And basically, you can just never really let go of the steering wheel. You have these little breaks, for example, when you just have that time. For example, the best example here, Nordschleife Döttinger Höhe, you have 3 kilometers of nothing up ahead. So, of course, you don't take both hands off the steering wheel and put your legs up on the dashboard, especially because you need to keep the foot on the pedal. But, you have some time to relax, you have some time to stretch your hands a little bit, and here you just have barely a short moment to stretch your fingers once, and then immediately you have to have the wheel completely focused again. And that's just the beauty of Nürburgring, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think with that lap, most people that know of the German language would have said, ach, meine Güte, on that one for Johannes Weiss. So goes 72 thousandths quicker than Dean Riley. Here's Ash Knight running out the top 9. I did see that Miles Dixon actually went slightly quicker and stays in 4th position. So at the moment it is Porsche leading a quartet of Aston Martins in qualifying with just over 5 minutes of the session remaining. So one Porsche leading the way. Ash Knight looking to be the next highest placed Porsche. There's Adam Herford-Smith in number 72, Aston Martin, the lowest place out of the 6 that are here on the grid. the VTEC honkers. Well, unfortunately, an Aston Martin does not do VTEC, my friend. But just a bit of banter with the team name. Very, very bright coloured car on that particular occasion. I think on Google Maps you could probably see that from the satellite renderings up above. But we'll see if Hereford Smith can improve the lap time in the number 72. Ash Knight has brought it into the pit lane, as has Jeff Lima in the number 18, but everyone else looks to be out on the circuit. We've got just under 4 minutes and 20 seconds still to go in this qualifying session. A 20-minute session before we go lights out for 3 hours. There will be 3 mandatory pit stops, which must include a driver change. Otherwise, there will be a significant penalty of 130 seconds post-race. There's René Butler in the 557 Porsche for Butler Pal Motorsport, running at the top 14. He said, well, I've got a new wheelbase, so that might be, I'll have my excuse book at the ready. Well, René is really happy that he's able to get a bit more seat time in his rig back at home in Germany, but it's good to see that Butler Pal Motorsport entering 2 cars into this event. And the 556 with Johannes Weiss is leading. But at the moment, Dean Riley has got to find another 1/10 of a second in that Aston Martin to pit Johannes Weiss for pole position. As we've got 3 1/4 minutes remaining, René Butler now finds his way down towards Advan. And that 4-litre flat 6 boxer engine in the back end of that Porsche, the heaviest car on the grid. But sometimes weight can actually provide you with a bit of an advantage, especially with mid and high speed corners like here at the Nurburgring, Nico. The Porsche might be 1,340 kilos, but it can definitely, as Johannes Weiss has proved here in qualifying so far, that if you get that set up right, that car handles on a knife edge.
Yeah, absolutely. And René Butler actually improving there by 4/10 as well. And well, now the car that was just in front of them, but now is right behind them, Adam Hereford Smith, with the VTEC honkers, as he said. Sadly no VTEC in an Aston Martin, but nevertheless still trying to get through a bit of a nervous moment there that may still be valid. So coming into the last curve, the Hyundai N curve. Now comes down to the line, and will Adam Hereford Smith be able to improve there? And I think, yes he is, but just by a little bit. So not position.
Yes, indeed. So we're getting into the last 2 minutes. Kevin Bundgaard from B&G Racing in the number 8, rounding out the top 12 positions, and is just a 10th ahead of René Butler in the 557 Porsche. We're getting into the dying throes of qualifying, but Johannes Weiss in the 556 Porsche leading the session. Dean Riley, will he make a last ditch attempt? As I'm just looking to see what it looks like. Dean Riley has gone on to another hot lap now, heading into the Haug-Haken. And if memory serves me correctly, the surname Haug very much entrenched in Mercedes folklore. Norbert Haug, the former leader of Mercedes AMG Motorsport before Toto Wolff took the reins, and AMG, one of the pioneers of that was Hans-Werner Albrecht, who was the man that brought DTM to the masses and brought it to distinct popularity. That organisation now running under GT3 spec machinery for 2021, and now led by ex-Formula 1 driver and also team owner Gerhard Berger. So that just shows how much people from all walks of life end up in GT3. As Dean Riley here, Nico, got to within 3 1,000ths of Johannes Weiss, but it was 3 1,000ths that was not enough in the bag.
Yeah, so you can see already how close it's getting, as we only have 22 seconds now to go. And once again, Marcello Fortio really on the edge there. The Aston Martin, the McLaren 720S obviously, not taking too kindly to those bumps there in the middle of the NGK chicane as he comes around though. But once again, an improvement there, now 7th place, and just very short distance in time, of course, barely over 300ths of a second. And well, we just have that again and again from the entire field if you look here. just in front of the Nissan. So as we spoke earlier, Dean Riley 0.003 of a second behind Johannes Weiss, and then of course next example there that we have is Dixon, Wilkes and Noller. 0.8 and 19 thousandths off, 0.8 43 thousandths and 0.8 97 thousandths. So in these sort of half-tenth gaps that they're behind each other, and I think it's going to be a quite interesting race if we see these gaps, so to say, just keep on being there, because then we will have a very nice little bunch of battle pockets throughout the entire race.
Yeah, Dixon, Wilkes and Noller separated by 0.078 of a second. But as now, George Siomos from Tiger Mafia Esports looks to be partnered with Leonidas Dimopoulos as the checkered is out for qualifying. Johannes Weiss has done the job for Butlerpal Motorsport to take pole position here for the Giro Series 3 hours of the Nurburgring as George Siomos crosses the line, stays in 8th. Marcello Fortio going through the final right-hand kink, and looks to be Silva Pirmez just up ahead. So Baba Alal in the 13 will start 9th. Daniel Stramer 11th. Miles Dixon will start on the inside of row 2. But Marcello Fortio could get a little bit of a tow courtesy of Silva Pirmez across the line as they both cross the line now. And Fortio stays in 7th position. But Johannes Weiss and Dean Riley, respectively, split by just 3 1,000ths at the end of that 20-minute qualifying session. And now, the big 64,000 euro question is, who is going to win tonight's race? For those watching, thank you very much for tuning in. If you haven't already made your predictions, if you're watching on the YouTube chat, we would love to hear from you all. And we are waiting to get things underway. 3 hours, 3 mandatory pit stops, Nico, with a mandatory driver change. And the biggest thing that I know here is that with it being 32 degrees Celsius on that track, not only is it going to be about using slipstreaming to good effect down certain parts of the circuit, like through from Ford down to Dunlop, through the Michael Schumacher S's, obviously down into the Hulk Haken from Coca-Cola. You've got plenty of opportunities to do that sort of the old, not quite keep your foot fully planted on the throttle and have that extra bit of range on the throttle pedal potentiometer to really, really close up. And that could be the difference between getting the overcut or the undercut in this race. But obviously the pit stops are rather crucial. Tyre management is going to be a key. Fuel management is going to be a key. You don't win it on the first turn alone, but we have seen it here on World Pro Racing that turn 1 does normally throw the cat amongst the pigeons, and it can spectacularly go wrong. We're hoping that doesn't happen tonight.
Yeah, of course, and I think especially since we have these 3 mandatory pit stops, normally it would come down, you split it with 40 minutes each, but of course, if the drivers really have, different confidence in the car and setup, they can decide, okay, this driver does a little bit more driving time, this guy does a little bit less driving time, so they can also just try to go for a longer stint, and especially in the Porsche with the fuel tank being in the front, I could imagine seeing that as, a variable option, that they go a little bit longer at the start, so to have a little bit more weight on the front end and have a bit more grip, especially at the start of the race. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see how people will decide for their qualifying now, and of course how people will hang on with all the other cars around them.
Yeah, Marcus Littlewood has just put in the YouTube chat. Looks like it's going to be close between the top 2. Marcus, that's the biggest understatement of this evening, and we haven't even gone green flag racing quite yet. We are waiting to see when we can head onto the grid ahead of the 3 hours of the Giro Series here on World Pro Racing. Alex Goldschmidt and Nico Helband. Sorry, I've got to do it that way. That way. This is the thing, when we're in a virtual commentary box, it is quite interesting how you try and circumnavigate how you need to react on camera. So apologies for my lack of coordination and movement right there and then, but I think realistically, that just shows the banter between the team here. Obviously, we've got our FIA accredited race director and race stewards in the form of Adrian Figalo and George Muscat. We've also got Justin Mifsud and Andrea Rizzo helping us out with regards to the broadcast. But now they go on to a full formation lap here at the Nurburgring. So, ladies and gentlemen, who is your money on tonight? 3 hours of racing, the Nurburgring Grand Prix circuit, inaugurated back in 1984, and has had a plethora of racing here. The DTM, the FIA World Touring Car Championship, Formula 3000, amongst others. But tonight, it has a home for GT3 racing, and plenty of good machinery here tonight. And Nico, just give us your final thoughts ahead of us going racing here for 3 hours at the Nürburgring.
Oh, well, especially for the Team Butlerfall Motorsport, with Rene Butler practically living on the track.
True.
I think there's a certain, not even pressure, but, a certain pride that team wants to defend. So I think Johannes Weiss, especially having made his real racing debut, which he has waited for so long for, ever since he was a Formula test driver years ago, I think he just wants to continue that in a good style here with this iconic racetrack. And at the same time, the aggressors, in quotation marks, from England, of course, old Germany versus England rivalry, I think that's on double level now, just not with Porsche versus Aston Martin, but also the driver's nationality, Germany versus England. And I think blood is going to be boiling for everyone here today, but of course only in the competitive sense, not in the anger sense. Everyone's quite excited to go racing, I think, and I think it's going to be very, very exciting here.
And there won't be any blood spilt like that here in the virtual commentary box between myself and Nico, because obviously being a dual national, Anglo-German, it doesn't matter if it's England versus Germany. What I'm more interested on is
you win either way.
It's a win-win situation. But to be honest with you, we are looking forward to some great racing, as Marcus Littlewood is probably second-guessing his predictions for tonight. So, ahead of the Duo Series, 3 hours of the Nürburgring here in Germany, the Eifel region, ready for the roar of GT3 machineries. Johannes Weiss, Dean Riley, Kieran Vidago, Miles Dixon, Simon Wilkes, Jack Noller, Marcello Fortio, George Siomos, Badr Baba Alal, and then we've got Ash Knight, Daniel Stremer, Kevin Bundergaard, Rene Butler, Adam Herford-Smith, Silva Pirmets, Jeff Lima, and Nikodem Sakaska. So, 3 hours on the clock. Oh, server time, 3:12 p.m. Track temperature, 31 degrees Celsius. They now come out of the Coca-Cola Curva for the final points on the formation lap. Are we ready? Are we steady? Let's go racing. It's green flags at the back and a great start from Johannes Weiss. Dean Riley slips in behind as Jack Noller looks to make it several cars abreast, going down into the Haughagen for the first time. And Jack Noller's got himself up into 5th position. And there goes Miles Dixon trying to go around the outside of Kieran Vidago going into the Haughagen. And now Jack Noller trying to do exactly the same. Looks like a great start from Ash Knight. So he's already got himself up into the top 6, and there's a bit more argy-bargy behind. Oh, he looks to be the likes of maybe possibly Kieran Vidago that might, well, Simon Wilkes maybe in the throes of things. Looks like Hanne Butler's got a good start. He's already made up one position as things stand, and there is Silva Pirmets. He's already up into P10, and he's charging up the inside of Balabalal at the minute, and there goes Rene Butler. This is going through into Ford. Rene Butler will have the run going down towards Dunlop as Silva Pirmets touches the left rear wheel onto the grass, coming out of Ford, and Rene Butler looking up towards the inside. And there is Sakaska in the 226. He's got past. That's Bundergaard, but Bundergaard gets the switch back, and Rene Butler gets himself into the top 10 as they filter their way into the Michael Schumacher S's. So Rene Butler using his real-life racing experience and sim racing experience, and now he's closing in on the number 13 McLaren into the left-hander here at Michelin, and Sagazga going up against Bundgaard, but Sagazga goes wide, and that nearly allows the door to be opened, and that's for Hereford Smith, who goes right around the outside of the Porsche through Warsteiner, and there is Jeff Lima trying to get towards the inside run, going through into Advan as the field is about to complete the first lap, and that's side by side, that's Harry going through Advan, but Jeff Lima gets past the 226 Porsche, but it's going to be Johannes Weiss that will lead them across the line to complete lap number 1. 2 minutes already, and he's pulled a gap of 0.43 over Dean Riley. Dixon in third, Nola, Vidago, Wilkes, Slomos, Knight, Al-Balabalal, and then Butler rounds out the top 10. George Siomos going up against Ash Knight, going through into the Hagen, and Knight keeps it around the outside. Oh, and there's been a moment! Oh, there's been a moment! That is going to be, first of all, that is going to be Jack Nolla, and I think he came together there with Kieran Vidago. I'm just going to have a quick look. So it was Jack Nolla, and it was the number 13 of Balabalal got involved in a slight accident, but Jack Nolla drops all the way down. It's actually the 43 of Kieran Vidago that was involved in that slight contretemps, and now they're going to start climbing their way back up the field. But Johannes Weiss has kept it nice and neat and clean so far, Nico. A few side-by-side contretemps going through into Ford, and that will have the likes of Silver Pinamets, and probably, I would say that is one of the SimSport racing cars. That looks to be Simon Wilkes, who is looking to get back past. And it's Kieran Vidago that's dropped all the way down to 14th, but Kevin Bundgaard has managed to. So let's have a look at this replay here. Now, this is Jack Nolla. Right behind you got Kieran Vidago and Simon Wilkes. Oh, it was the slightest of touches, and it just collects Wilkes going into the Hagen. Oh, that's going to be damage for all 3 cars right there, but I'm wondering what our race direction will say about that one, because it's down to them to make the calls. Us here in the commentary box, we could give our unbridled opinion, but we're just looking at it from a neutral perspective, so we'll leave that one very much in the hands of race control. But Nico, at the moment, Johannes Weiss got a good getaway, but Dean Riley is closing up the gap.
Yeah, very tight between the two. And, well, this is what I said, this is basically the specialty of Johannes Weiss, defensive driving, and at the same time we saw how fast Dean Riley can be, how good he can attack as well at Spa in the first race of this. Now we're going to have the very, very hard braking zone down into turn 1. Johannes Weiss later on the brakes takes a bit of a wider line, but that's easily possible with a Porsche. Of course, a very stable car on acceleration, and around these low-speed corners that car shines. So really, it's going to be a very, very tough fight there for the first Butler Power Motorsport Porsche, while the second Butler Power Motorsport Porsche, through all that chaos with the collision with Nolla and Vidago, René Butler was able to gain 4 positions, so now up into 6th place. And yeah, definitely I don't think that René Butler had expected this to be his start to the race.
I think he's counting his lucky stars right now, as Siomos battling away with Simon Wilkes and Silver Pirmets. Pirmets is the meat in the sandwich on that one. Oh, Pirmets runs wide, and nearly, well, he has to, that means that Simon Wilkes has to take avoiding action, and nearly calls out Marcello Fortio, who is going to look to go up the inside of the 10 Porsche through into Dunlop. They are side by side coming out of the corner, and Pirmets loses out the position to the McLaren, but he'll get the run going through the Michael Schumacher S's. Will slot in behind the McLaren to get that momentum carry, and there's Kevin Bundgaard in the number 8 B&G Racing Aston Martin just behind Jack Noller in 12th. You've got Hereford Smith being closed in on by Kieran Vidago. So Vidago, I mean, the good thing is that incident happened earlier on in the race. So from my perspective here, Nico, is that if it happens in the first part of the race, like the first 5 minutes, you can make the strategy work. And it looks like, oh, here we go, first penalty of the race, and it goes to Kieran Vidago. 10-second time penalty after the collision with the number 36 of Jack Noller for avoidable contact through into the Hagen. So on the next pit stop, so when Kieran Vidago switches over to the next driver, which I would imagine is going to be Chris Pinchbeck, that car will stand stationary for 10 seconds before the pit stop gets engaged, and then they can put fuel, tyres and a new driver into that car. But still, Johannes Weiss has started using the Porsche to maximum efficiency and has opened up a gap over Dean Riley to the tune of nearly 9.5 tenths of a second. But Miles Dixon, I just saw on the previous lap, was 4.5 tenths quicker than Dean Riley. So Pulse Sim Sport in that brightly coloured Aston Martin is closing on the 22 from Sim Sport Solutions.
Yes, so a lot of battles down through the entire field. We have Simon Wilkes, who also fell back behind George Siamos in the Nissan here. And at the same time, you really have to think, of course you want to get past that guy, but you really have to make it quickly. Because especially here, going side by side through all these corners, because it's all mid-speed corners and also low-speed corners, going side by side, you really just lose time more and more and more. As the longer the time goes on that you can't get past this car, you know, if you're actually that much considerably much faster than it. But yeah, Siamos actually getting a little bit of a good gap here out of Dunlop, now through Schumacher S, and now of course into the next corner here. Left-hander before the beer curve, and really quite difficult because Wilkes seemed to be faster earlier on, but through that accident, I think he has gotten quite a bit of front-end damage from that contact with Noller's Bentley.
Yeah, because, I mean, effectively, he got collected as, oh, that's a run and a half from Jack Noller. He's definitely gone and done the old Daniel Ricciardo, lick the stamp and send it before the NGK chicana, as, it's got a bit side by side between Kieran Vidago and the number 72 of Hereford Smith. Oh, that was ever so close between the pair of them, but I think Hereford Smith just got pressurised by Kieran Vidago, and Vidago just made Hereford Smith do an unforced error. There was no contact between the two, but the 72 went off the circuit, and that has allowed Kieran Vidago to now regain a position. Silver Pimetz still battling ahead, but Jack Noller quite quickly closing on the back bumper of the 4-litre flat 6 car from Weissach, the only car on the Assetto Corsa Competizione platform that is rear-engined and rear-wheel drive. The current generation of the Porsche 991.2 is a bit more mid-mounted these days, but it still gives a really good weight distribution over the rear axle. George Siamos now having to battle away. It's a three-way scrap now, courtesy of Simon Wilkes in the 12 and Marcelo Fortio in the Speed.exe McLaren 720S, the number 34, as they head through into Dunlop. And the camber's excessively, probably the best spot of over a 25-degree angle of camber to the right-hand side coming through Dunlop as the GT3 machinery hurtles its way up through the Schumacher S's. Nice and neat and tidy by those three battling over 7th, 8th and 9th. And whilst they've been battling, René Butler has now got in 6th position, nigh on a 2.5 second gap, as I just saw behind Fortio that Silver Pimetz is being pressurised by Jack Noller with the Bentley 0.3 of a second behind the Porsche, and that is the battle for the top, the last position on the top 10. And now Simon Wilkes getting really aggressive against George Siamos into the NGK chicane. Wilkes keeps it behind the Nissan. Takes both bits of curve there through the chicane, now through into Coca-Cola Curva. And now, one of the things on the left-hand side, something I've visited previously here at the Nurburgring, you've got the BMW M-Power Tribune on the left-hand side. And that particular time when I visited back in October 2016, they were having an Audi sport driving experience with the Audi R8 V10 Plus that particular year. You can now see again, now Siamos made Wilkes react, so Siamos went late on the brakes in order to get tight into the apex. First gear, 70 kilometers an hour. We're only just over 10 minutes and 20 seconds into this race, Nico, and it has all well and truly kicked off here at the Nürburgring.
I just absolutely love this battle here because so far I think Wilkes overall has a little bit more pace as we see him now try to go around the outside, going down to the forward curve, out on the grass, and now makes it stick finally after 2 laps of crying. Fantastic move from Simon Wilkes, but at the same time, very good drive from George Siamos because he just really knew how to place that Nissan. Of course, in mid-corner grip, the Nissan may not be as good. For example, on the brakes, it may not be as good as the Aston Martin. But normally, if you get a good run out of a corner, the Nissan just has a little bit more power than the Aston Martin. And now the McLaren 720S of Marcelo Fortio also goes past. And now the entire group right behind that also coming in, but not quite able to make the move stick. And once again, Siamos really just knows how to place the car, in what position, and has to brake at what point to just keep riding up the drivers behind him, so to say.
Yeah, you can now see that it's closed things up a little bit. Siamos goes wide, going through Advan. That nearly opened the door for Fortio going through into the NGK Chicana. As you can see now, Kevin Bundergaard and Kieran Vidago closing up on Jack Noller. We're about to complete 7 laps of racing here at the Nurburgring for the Giro Series 3 hours. Don't forget, head to worldproracing.com/events to find out about what is happening over the next few weeks. There are new championships set to join the broadcast schedule here on World Pro Racing. Don't forget, we host casual events, special events and championships on both the PC and PS4 platforms. We cater for both amateur and professionals, so why not join the fun here at World Pro Racing, where sim racing becomes real. Now, Jack Noller has very much got himself fired up after that incident between him and Kieran Vidago, who's actually now behind him because Vidago has got past Bundergaard. Oh, you know what they say, Nico? Ding ding, round 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, if you want to have a World Heavyweight Championship fight, the Bentley is definitely, from the size at least, the right candidate for that. But yeah, I imagine that Jack Noller wasn't too happy with that contact. Of course, Vidago trying to evade there as soon as he realized his error. But it's just the tiniest contact that you need that already causes such an incident to happen. And even worse for Vidago, the one car that the Bentley actually, well, hit and moved into was actually his teammates, Simon Wilkes. So, you know, really not gone well for the SimSport Racing Aston Martins. And the same goes for Jack Noller, of course, in the GT Omega RPM Esports Bentley. Now just trying to make amends by getting past the next couple cars one by one as he gets past Silver Pyramid, so outbraked himself a little bit.
Yeah, that was going through into Michelin before heading into the Bierkurve. I think the funny thing is with German tracks, there are so many different names that they are given to over the years. As here, oh, now that is brazen from Kieran Vidago, trying to go up the inside of Silver Pyramids, heading into the NGK Chicana, but on that particular occasion, not able to get through. Now, if memory serves me correctly, this corner has actually been renamed, Nico. It was the Coca-Cola cover, but now it's the Hyundai N cover, if memory serves me correctly.
Yeah, you're right there. And, well, it's always the thing with a lot of corners, for example, at Bathurst, at Brands Hatch and all that. We have corners, you know, named after certain things, so they just have their names. And in Germany, of course, well, you want that corner, you can buy it, so to say. But either way, you know, it brings in money for the circuits to sustain itself, and I think at that point, you know, it's quite a respectable thing to do so. You know, as long as the circuit can remain open and people can continue to race here, I think that is an absolutely acceptable thing, especially considering that the Nordschleife, where you could buy and sell corners for days and weeks to come, it hasn't been done, so yeah.
Yeah, around that 20.8 kilometre circuit, the majority of the names have still stayed exactly the same, the likes of the Döttinger Höhe, Brünchen, Flansgarten, Schwedenkreuz, and the infamous Carousel, amongst others. So we are coming up to our first 15 minutes completed, which now happens. Johannes Weiss from Butlerpal Motorsport leading on home soil in the Porsche 911 GT3R by just 6 3/4 tenths of a second ahead of Dean Riley. As Silver Pyramids again through the same corner, outbrakes himself, and Kieran Vidago has to avoid, but the Aston Martin right round the outside through the Bierkurve, and Silver Pyramids tries to go side by side. It's going to be the run through Advan, but Kieran Vidago gets through, and oh, there's a touch! Vidago's turned! Vidago's turned around. It's gone from bad to worse for the 43. I think Race Control are going to be looking at that one very, very closely indeed. And to be honest with you, I think Silver Pyramids might have been probably better off just to lift off the throttle and let Vidago through, because that would have then have been no harm, no foul. But that now, I would imagine, is going to be investigated.
Yeah, absolutely it will be. And of course, with our FIA accredited stewards, we have a very competent team actually doing those investigations. But yeah, Vidago just went from bad to worse, and well, now seemingly to worst. So really unfortunate for him today so far, and it will be exceedingly more difficult to now make his way back up the order. But yeah, if we could get a replay of that as well, because just generally really odd place for contact like that to happen. So would be very helpful to see that from another angle, maybe.
Yeah, when they were pushing well over 230 kilometers an hour as well. That was definitely. I'm going to use that term because it's very, very much. It was definitely a code brown situation there for Kieran Vidago, but still to keep that thing out of the barriers. As Jack Nolla trying to go up the inside, Marcello Fortio lets the door. Well, basically. Gets the door wide open for Jack Nolla. So the GT Omega RPM Esports Bentley now up into 9th position. And yeah, there's F's in the chat. Big F according to Luke Whitehead. So let's have a look at this replay here. So we're going to go on board with Silver Pimmets now, going through into Advan. Now they are at top speed, and just the slightest of touches at nearly 220 kilometers an hour. It turns Vidago. The back end steps out to the left, and big thanks to the broadcast team for doing that on board for us from Silver Pinnamets perspective. So that will be a rapid fire discussion, because George Muscat and Adrian Figalo will have all the data to hand. They'll have the telemetry as well, and that means that once they start looking at an incident, I still remember what was it? We commentated on a race quite a while ago, didn't we? And we had about the best part of nearly 50 incidents investigated over a 1 hour sprint race. As now, Kieran Vidago has pulled the number 43 into the pits. I think that there is a bit of damage to that Aston Martin, and to be honest with you, that could actually be quite a shrewd call, because they'll get the 10-second penalty out of the way in the pit stop. Vidago can then hand over the car, or he might stay in it, get a new set of boots on that car, get a full tank of fuel, and go back out there. Because the thing is, it's 3 mandatory pit stops, but imagine if that car was fueled light. They now have an opportunity to switch up their strategy and go for the long undercut.
I think the main thing here with this situation, I think the main thing would normally be that now that the tires are essentially square, you would try to go for an early pit stop, get the penalty out of the way, and well, I think just try to salvage what you can. Simply because, well, penalties there anyway, and I think just carrying on with the short tires would definitely just cost more time. So we have to look now. Is Kieran Vidago actually? Yeah, he's still in the car. So, well, could have gotten one of the mandatory pit stops out of the way there now, especially considering that normally these cars can go around 1 hour. But yeah, his call there.
I don't think, no, that's not a mandatory pit stop, because otherwise the second driver would have gotten in the car.
Yeah, exactly. So just left it out and opting to go for a 4-stop then.
Yeah, and that could pay dividends, as now we go to the battle for what is going to be 8th position. And Jack Nolla has started the comeback trail. The Bentley is charging its way forward, not backwards, forward. But George Siomos still trying to keep a hold of that what was 8th. That could very much that the Nissan ends up in 10th position as well. There's a touch between Siomos and Fortio. Fortio might have just turned in and probably not minded. Well, he would have had the radar run and probably would have said, "See, you know, the crew chief would have gone to your left." So that is possible. I'm not going to say whether it's a racing incident or not. It's not our decision. It's down to those in race control. But George Siomos from Tiger Mafia Esports drops down to what is now 10th position, and it seems like the fire's definitely been lit under the backside of René Butler, because he, over the last few laps, has been closing on Baba Alal in the number 13 McLaren, and track knowledge definitely can play dividends, and Butler was just over 4/10 adrift after the completion of 10 laps. So we're now running in double figures finally. But René Butler he's being patient is one thing that René Butler is doing. He's being very consistent. And the biggest thing is is that he is 0.2 of a second quicker than that McLaren right now, Nico.
Yeah, I think it's a gap though that is constantly opening up and closing again and again. So I'd say Al Babalal and Butler about the same pace right now, and it's really going to come down now if either Butler or Al Babalal will be able to conserve their tires better, and especially just keep up that pace and not make any mistakes, so to say.
Yeah. So, good. Oh, thanks for the nice comment, Sheldon Muscat. Brilliant broadcasting, great commentating. Keep it up, guys. Well, here we go. Three-way scrap, and this is going to be three abreast going into the Hulk and Silver Pimet's up the inside. Kevin Bundegaard in the middle, and Siomos. And that was very, very close indeed. But as Silver Pimet's got round the outside of Siomos in the Nissan, not quite yet as they go through the second half of the Mercedes Arena before the next right-hander. Oh my goodness me, and that is rather threading the eye of the needle between this trio. And Silver Pimet's trying to look up the inside of Bundegaard as Siomos now regains 10th position, and Godzilla gets the advantage there. So the Nissan, with its 3.6 litre, 3.8 litre twin turbo V6, producing 550 brake horsepower, 637 newton meters of torque, and will redline at 7,500 RPM. So Siomos stays ahead, but Silver Pimet's trying to use the handling prowess of that Porsche to advantage. Right, okay, just had a notification from Adrian Figalo. The incident between Silver Pimet's and the number 43 of Kieran Vidargo classed as no further action. So a racing incident. It was the slightest of touches, and you know what? I think at the end of the day, that just means that they can carry on with their business. However, the biggest thing now is that Kieran Vidargo has handed over to Chris Pinchback, who is down in 15th position. But we're now on board with Dean Riley. You've got the picture-in-picture trackside as Riley is trying to battle away with the 556 Porsche of Johannes Weiss from Butlerpal Motorsport, and this is for the lead. We are coming up to 24 minutes completed of this race. We're on lap number 13. So Weiss leads from Riley, Dixon, Knight, Al-Balabalal, Butler, Wilkes, Noller, Fortune, Siomos, Bungard, Pidemetz, Hereford Smith, Lima and Pinchbeck, with the number 43 Simsport Racing Aston Martin. Aston Martin being the first of the cars to serve one of 3 mandatory pit stops that needs a facilitated driver change. That is mandatory here for the 3 hours. And the good thing is here, Nico, now Marcus Littlewood's prediction might be coming to some kind of fruition, because between the pair of them, Zult Silver Pimetz closes up on Kevin Bundegaard, who in turn through into Michelin, now into Bierko. Well, no, they're going into just trying to keep on where they are. They're going through Ford. Yeah, that was Valvoline through, and then Ford. Yeah, Johannes Weiss has been kept rather honest by Dean Riley, but there has been a bit of a stalemate, and they've been really, really close in terms of their lap times. Johannes Weiss a 1:55.203, and then Dean Riley a 1:55.149. As we see, good evening, Mark Neutelings, another one of the Simsport racing community cheering on the teams from that community at the moment.
Yeah, so really close competition all along, and as we're watching this battle here, I said it before already, when he was still fighting Fortio, who's now received a 5-second penalty for that contact in the Mercedes arena. But I will say it again, that even though he's now a position lower, George Siomos, he knows where to place that Nissan to just keep these positions alive and to gain these positions. He's doing a fantastic job there right now, and even though the cars behind him seemingly have a bit better pace, or just seem to be a little bit faster overall on pace, it just really keeps on pushing the entire time. How to keep the car ahead, how to move the car that they can't get alongside to attack. So it's just really, really interesting, that defensive driving style, which still doesn't cost that much pace seemingly.
Yeah, very true. And now things are closing up in the battle for 5th, 6th and 7th, because Simon Wilkes, as now we've got something coming through from race control. Right, the incident between Siomos and the 34 of Fortio. Fortio gets a 5-second time penalty for an avoidable collision, and it seems like quite a few viewers on our Twitch stream at the moment, so we'll hopefully keep an eye on the chat going on over there. So many respects, this is really, it seems like you've got the fan club over there on Twitch, Nico.
Yeah, and of course, you know, you always have like drivers who are the favorites here. Like a lot of streamers here as well, of course, are now joined in these races here. I mean, for example, Surfoch, you know, very popular with normally World of Tanks, War Thunder and all that, but he started streaming and very, very often seen around here at World Pro Racing, and now obviously the second driver to this car here, Rene Butler, Amir Thacker, Saturday Night Plays Games, he's also streaming the race. So, you know, of course, it's always nice because we see these little inside views as well. And of course, their own communities, their streaming communities, they're all, of course, cheering for their drivers and, well, cheering for the guys that they keep on watching on a daily basis, so to say.
Yeah, well, I've now got the the Twitch chat open as well, and yeah, there's already some comments coming in about you, Nico. So yeah, Dead Tramp's already started firing off already. But we get to the action back here at the Nurburgring, and Rene Butler defending against Simon Wilkes. We go on board with the number 12 from SimSport Racing into Valvoline, now into the right-hander here at Ford Curve, now on the run down to Dunlop. Oh, Simon Wilkes gets a lot of overcorrection right there, and then coming out of Ford Curve, and that allows Rene Butler to scarp away slightly into the distance, but a little bit of a moment for the 557 going through Dunlop. Now the run up to the Michael Schumacher S's. Silver Pimetz going through, and this is the run down towards Dunlop. Will the Estonian get the run down on Siomos in the Nissan through Dunlop? No, Pimetz runs wide, nearly opens up the door rather invitingly for Kevin Bungard in the number 8, but still the battle for 10th position rages on like a good one. And picture in picture, that's the top two. Johannes Weiss completes 15 laps of this circuit, and he's got Dean Riley right up his exhaust pipes, and they were covered by just 0.368 seconds last time around. We're just under 60 seconds until we hit the first 6 of this race completed. That's 30 minutes out of 3 hours, and the action has been relentless. It has been non-stop here on World Pro Racing, as there's Rene Butler, Simon Wilkes to the outside of the 557 Porsche, through into the Haughaken, and Rene Butler still hangs on for 6th position. Wilkes trying his damnedest to get past the Porsche, but through the Mercedes arena, Rene Butler also knows where to park the Porsche on the particular apexes and gets the power out right, but with that amount of torque from that 4-litre twin-turbo V8 engine in that Aston Martin, and against the 4-litre flat-six boxer engine in the back end of that Porsche, Rene Butler is soaking up the pressure like a sponge heading through Ford.
Yeah, and it's actually quite interesting. One little thing, you know, to know about the Aston Martin, the advantage, of course, people know that it's powered by an AMG power plant. It's actually the same engine that the GT4 engine uses, that the GT4 car uses, and also the GT4 AMG uses, because it's the normal AMG road car engine. And also the GTE uses the same engine. And the only car that doesn't use that engine is actually the AMG GT3 itself, because they use the SLS AMG 6.3 litre V8 NA engine. So very little fun dynamic there, because why you'd normally opt for that V8 engine with a twin turbo one would be simply, first of all, on longer straights you have, well, a little bit better power response, depending on also on the gearing though, and also that you just have a little bit more fuel saving, and that was a little bit argy-bargy if I saw correctly. Simon Wilkes trying to go past Rene Butler very hard, and now actually touches again on the straights, and I think Butler really quite keen now to stay ahead for sure.
I think Rene is just keeping his cool here, to be honest with you, Nico, as they go through into the Hagag, and Simon Wilkes trying to sweep towards the outside, through into the inside. Oh, that's going to be nasty. Oh, sideways for Butler. Oh, my goodness me. Simon Wilkes carried that momentum through, but I think he just outbraked himself a little bit there. That might be under investigation. We have to leave that in the hands of race control, but nice save by Rene Butler on that particular occasion, because that could have gone horribly wrong. But nevertheless, having started down in 13th position, running as high as P6 up until that point just there, Rene Butler in the 556 Porsche, 557 Porsche, my apologies there, has done a really good job. He wouldn't have expected it, and I'm sure that despite that slight altercation, he'll still be pretty happy when he completes his first stint.
No, absolutely. And it's always very difficult to see, because overall I think we should get, maybe if it's possible, a replay, of course, with the last corner situation, as well as Jeff Lima backs off a little bit much there. So maybe a bit of a problem for him. But yeah, wheel-to-wheel fights, it's always really, really difficult to always anticipate what the other car does, if they have a bit of understeer, when contact is going to happen. And yeah, so just all in all, what I want to say, long story short, Butler did quite well to hold the car there, especially in a slide with the Porsche where, well, when the weight shifts, the car becomes essentially a pendulum.
Very, very true there, but we still concentrate now back onto the battle for the lead. Johannes Weiss and Dean Riley still, they have been no more than half a second apart so far in this race, because Johannes Weiss got the absolute perfect start, got the Porsche about 9/10 of a second away, and Dean Riley is just trying to give Rich Smith the perfect opportunity to have a chance at the lead, because we have completed nearly 34 minutes. We've had racing incident declared by Steve Haley on YouTube, and Dead Tramp on Twitch has said, give that man a drive through. Well, we'll leave it to the stewards on that one, boys. But Johannes Weiss, very, very astute driver, knows this track very, very well indeed on this particular simulator. So does Dean Riley, and that's why this has kept us on tenterhooks, Nico. They've pretty much been lapping consistently around about the same as each other, but Johannes Weiss running in the 1:55.3s, Dean Riley in the high 1 minute 55.1s. It's still been pretty even, Stephen, but Johannes Weiss a bit hot going through the NGK chicane on that particular occasion, coming out of it. Right, here's a replay. And this is Rene Butler with Simon Wilkes. Now this is going through into the chicane, and oh, yeah, that was a bit of bumping and boring. That might be classed as a racing incident on that particular occasion. A little bit of a touch there as well. I'm going to leave that one to the race stewards, because as much as we could give our own opinion, it's dependent on what race control says. So now we go into the Haghaken. So this is me. So you can see just how Simon Wilkes. Yeah, that's. I'm going to say
a little bit hot into that, I'd say.
A little bit hot, but it could be declared a racing incident. I mean, you have to look back at the incident between Silver Pimetz and Kieran Vidago a bit earlier on, and that was classed as a racing incident. So if it's something like that where it's the slightest of touches, if it was like a really, really hard hit, it's down to race control. So we'll wait and see what the decision is. We will get that, I'm sure, probably imminently. But Rene Butler now battling away with Jack Noller. And this is the battle for 7th position. Jack Noller started 8th. As I've just seen that Jeff Lehman has just set a personal best of 57 1 minute 57.930. And this is going through into Dunlop. René Butler takes the tighter line. Jack Noller looked to go towards the outside to get the switchback coming through and try and potentially open the door. Now he's doing the old... Oh, now the old mind games have started here, Nico. He started flashing the lights as Jack Noller.
Yeah, and of course, we see this all the time, you know, the Bentley is already intimidating enough in the rearview mirror. But, yeah, you really just... I don't know. With those flashing lights, you know, you can scare a lot of people, but I know René quite well. He's a very easygoing guy. Right now with a very serious face, of course, while he's driving, but he's not the guy to get stressed out over that. But now there's context again!
Yeah.
Oh my.
Well, that's... Those tyres, I think, for René Butler could be falling off a cliff. Miles Dixon has now pitted with just 37 minutes completed. But Johannes Weiss has started to stretch not a significant, but I would say a slight advantage. The gap now up to nearly half a second. Yeah, we'll need to have a look at a replay on what happened there between Jack Noller and René Butler. But René Butler still is in P8 as a result of that incident going through into the NGK chicane. Was 90 degrees pointing to the left-hand side. So, yeah, we'll wait and see if we do get a replay on that. But nevertheless, the 43 SimSport racing car has made its first of 3 mandatory pit stops. So Kieran Vidago has handed the car over to Chris Pinchbeck. As you can hear that thunderous roar of that Aston Martin. The AMG Gaydon hybrid twin-turbo V8, I'm going to call that. Especially because Gaydon have breathed their own magic onto it. Now the gap down to just over a tenth and a half going through into the chicane. And then through into the Hyundai N-Curver. We are getting some messages now from race control. Which will decide something imminently. So, 2 hours, 21 minutes and 30 seconds. Okay, right. Simon Wilkes has just been given a 5-second time penalty from race control with the contact with René Butler. I've just been informed for avoidable contact. So, that'll be 2 cars on their first of 3 mandatory pit stops to serve a 5-second time penalty when the pit stop is required. As Al Balabalal has now just pitted from what would have been 5th on the road, and there is René Butler, who has also decided to come into the pit. So they've spent just over 39 minutes out on track. So this is where the strategy will start playing things out, and a very long trundle down the pit lane here at the Nurburgring, 50 kilometers an hour speed limit. And if someone forgets to set the pit lane speed limiter, there will be a stop go 30 if they exceed even 1 kilometer an hour in the pit lane. But the 2 leaders still battling away. It has been a stalemate between the 2 of them, and the gap now is just around about nigh on 0.6 of a second. And there's Adam Herford-Smith, who is closing in on Kevin Bundergaard in the B&G Racing number 8 Aston Martin. That's the battle for P10. But it has been... Yeah, I was just going to say, it's been rather interesting so far, Nico.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I had just had a small blip out of connection there. Adam Herford-Smith now, you know, a couple positions further up, thanks to the pit stops of the cars in now 11th and 12th place, but will probably drop a little bit further as well. And those 2 cars that were just in the pits actually also have now done one of their mandatory pit stops. So they are opting for a quite early pit stop to get that out of the way, and quite interesting. But as you said, also, you know, stop and go 30 seconds if you speed in the pit lane. And for context, for people who are quite new to Assetto Corsa Competizione, 30 seconds is the normal complete pit stop time, when you change driver and when you change tires. So that's essentially just, well, a free pit stop for you, which is, normally on paper free pit stop. That sounds great, except that you don't get to do any service and you have to do it outside of your normal pit stops. So suddenly it doesn't sound all too great anymore.
Yeah, very, very true indeed. So some of the cars, Dean Riley still trying to keep pace with Johannes Weiss. We're just over 41.5 minutes to go. Interesting insight from Rastamore on YouTube saying that Butter is the goat of pits, and he's also playing on a laptop with a wheel where he is the force feedback. And it seems like in the Twitch chat that's saying that René's just getting bullied. And then someone at MYKR Red 95 has just gone, he has other issues right now. Well, that's a bit... that sort of makes that statement rather cryptic, as Dean Riley decides to go into the pits. Amir Thacker has now taken over from René Butler in the 557. And it looks like we have a change. And, oh, well... Now, somebody, Jonathan Seville from Pole Simsport, who's taken over from Miles Dixon, has just put in the fastest lap of the race. That means new tyres on that car, 1 minute 54.345. That's a pretty good lap for the 52, currently in 11th position. So, now that is Silver Pirmets. Silver Pirmets has just brought out a yellow flag that was out of the Michael Schumacher S's. Oh, that is going to be a case of someone's going to need a new virtual Nomex underwear right there and then. And oh, that front end of that Porsche looking rather second-hand, and that will be a damage repair for the number 10 when that comes into the bits. And if I'm honest with you here, Nico, I think Silver Pirmets would be best just to pit that right now.
Yeah, I don't think that front end generates quite as much downforce as it normally does. So, yeah, a little bit unfortunate for him, but now he has at least a proper reason to pit the car in, so to say. So, always still a little bit optimistic. And, well, actually it's also right perfect on time for the first pit stop phase. And there goes Silver Pirmets into the pits. As we have Adam Herford-Smith here now also in the picture as we go to replay. Fantastic. And that is, I think that's probably going to be outside. Yep.
Oh, wallop.
I don't mean to chuckle there. I'm not laughing at Silver Pirmets. I'm laughing because that incident is just so easy to do. I've seen that incident happen so many times. Simply, you run the car quite low to the ground because the lower the car is to the ground, the better, well, the more downforce you produce with the car. And the one drawback is when you run very close to the ground is that on high curbs, such as the outside curb on the left at the exit of the Schumacher S, the car bottoms out, all the downforce is gone, and, well, the car thinks, ooh, cool, one random bit of grip, and that normally ends up in a spin such as we saw there. So, really unfortunate for him, but, yeah, a mistake so easy to be made.
Yeah, and, also, we've got another penalty. I'm sorry, but this one goes to Jack Noller. It seems like his altercation with René Butler has just cost him 10 seconds additional time in the pit lane, as Rich Smith now just flashing to Adam Herford-Smith saying, look, mate, I'm a lot quicker than you. You need to get out of the way. And I think with that, Herford-Smith has actually gone into pit lane. So, right, that means that Jack Noller is now pitting. Ash Knight has also pitted. Herford-Smith, Pirmets in the pits as well, and that Porsche is going to be in for a considerable amount of time. Track temperature over the course of the race, which on server time has just completed an hour and a half, has dropped down to 28 degrees Celsius. Rich Smith in the SimSport Solutions Aston Martin. Now, one of the interesting things here, Johannes Weiss is still out on the circuit, and he now has a gap of 32.549 seconds ahead of Ash Knight, and Johannes Weiss still running in the 1 minute 55s, 1 minute 55.7s. He comes across the line again. Another consistent lap time, 1 minute 55.752. But Jonathan Seville in the 52 pole SimSport Aston Martin has just gone quickest again. And he's gone nearly 2 tenths quicker than his previous lap, 1 minute 54.162 around this circuit. Johannes Weiss, looks like those tyres could be starting to struggle a little bit as, well, Silva Pirmets has done a mandatory pit stop. Just going to see if there has been a change of driver. Well, according to, Palazewski is behind the wheel. And you know what they haven't done, Nico? It's a very telling sign. That car has remained battle-scarred. So Palazewski in the number 10, running with a very, very misaligned bonnet, front bumper, and offside front wing.
I think that may be a display error, though. That can sometimes happen, especially when driver swaps and damage repairs happen at the same time. I do not think that they would be moving at the pace that they are currently moving at with a completely broken car. Of course, it looks quite interesting, especially because the entire front bumper is a little bit, well, further moved up than it should be, but I do think that they did repair that car. And especially the standing time that they did have in the pit lane would also speak for that. So potentially a little desync there, but yeah, either way, back out on track, and it's good to see them still running.
Paul Lindsay closing in on Funari for 7th position. So it's McLaren versus Aston Martin. Bundgaard now goes into the pit lane in the number 8 Aston Martin. We ride on board with Paul Lindsay. So effectively Bundgaard's decision to pit will put the Aston Martin, the number 12 from SimSport Racing, into effectively 7th position. And a little bit of downshifting there through the second part of the Mercedes Arena. Going through into the right-hander that will then lead them down to the next left-hander here at Valvoline. Into the right-hander at Forkova for the the slight straightaway. You can then see now they come out of the corner. Nice aerial pickup there, and it's really deceptive that you go on board with the car. You don't really get an understanding of just how much of camber change there is, because going through from Paul to Dunlop, you've got a slight camber to the left-hand side, and then through into Dunlop, then into the Schumacher S's. The camber is switching from left to right all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about the tire loads that come on, and especially here in a corner like this, which is actually on camber, but also, well, off camber when you go over the inside curb, and then there's off camber here. The tire rolls around quite a lot on the camber that it has, and getting that set up, of course, is very important as well, because if you have too much camber, the inside gets used a bit too much. It gets, well, the tire gets worn out more quickly, even if it is faster over single lap pace. And that's a very wild ride there for Funari. And couldn't quite correct that properly there either. So, yeah, there we are. A bit of a wild ride. And now right behind him is Johannes Weiss coming up to lap him.
Also, there's been dramas for the duo of Jack Noller and Itamar Yativ. Jack Noller's just gone on the YouTube chat and he said Itamar couldn't start the engine on the Bentley. He's finally got going. It's a real shame for the 36 crew, despite all the trials and tribulations. A penalty for avoidable collision, a recovery drive from Jack Noller, and that means that Itamar Yativ has a massive mountain here. And Funari has got a drive-through penalty. I would imagine that is going to be more than likely for track limits, because we've heard nothing from race control. So that is from the system software here on Assetto Corsa Competizioni. George Siomos also still out on track. Jonathan Seville setting the fastest, well, the fastest sector in Sector 2 of anybody, 42.714 for that particular car from Pulse SimSport. And that means that number 52 is currently in 4th position. George Siomos is being closed in on by Rich Smith, and Rich Smith was 2 seconds quicker last time around. Make that 2.2 seconds on that lap. So Siomos' tyres are starting to fade. The gap now is down to 1.657 seconds. Rich Smith took nearly 4.5 seconds on the last 2 laps. Siomos is pretty much a sitting duck because Rich Smith's weapons on that car will be razor sharp. And he knows that he's got the purchase and the adhesion on the track surface to close in. They're going to go through the next intermediate very, very shortly indeed. And Steve Haley cheering on Rich Smith, and now that gap is going to be well under a second. So that's more, but that's more the drive-through for Finale was for track limits. So unfortunately, within the next couple of laps, Finale's got to serve that, and that will drop the 13 down. And Ahmed Thacker's just gone into the pit lane. So let's see if there is going to be an undercut on Weiss, courtesy of Rich Smith. So Rich Smith needs to hustle his way past. Gap now down to 0.7 of a second as they head through into the left-hander. And that was close between the pair of them. Rich Smith will, if he gets a good run out of Bierkova, will get the run going through Advat. Now we're accelerating up the gears, up to 4, 200 kph and climbing. The speed is going through the roof here in the Aston Martin. He's going to accelerate through to the right-hand side. Late break and a half. Is he going to stop it in time? Rich Smith does. Time that to perfection. He went into the braking zone, left it right into the last minute to hit the brakes, and time that to absolute perfection.
Yeah, very good move from him there. And of course, Siomos realizing this is not quite my fight to meddle with, so perhaps I should let him by there as well. So yeah, quite interesting. But especially what speaks to me right now is it's almost like 20 minutes ago now, well, almost, of course, that we had these pit stops from the first cars here, and one of the first cars to come in was the SimSport Racing Rouge car with the 22, and they are now directly in position behind Weiss again now. But what speaks out to me right now is, of course, they're now faster because of new tires, but also during the time when they were battling, when they were holding the same pace, Weiss was basically driving with a completely full car, I think, simply to do that first stint as long as possible, to get a lot of weight on the front axle, and also maybe to get a bit of a shorter stint for his teammate Luke Rogers into the car.
Yeah, so we're fast approaching the completion of nearly the first third of this race, the 3 hours of the Nurburgring here on the Duo Series on World Pro Racing. For further events, you want to check them out and find out if you can register, head to worldproracing.com/events. Don't forget to follow us on all the relevant social media channels. And it looks like, Henry Butler's got back behind the wheel, I believe, according to the timing tower on the screen. But Jonathan Seville closing on Siomos. It looks like this third place is going to go to Pulse SimSport as a mere formality. If he can size up the move, I don't think he's going to chance it going through the NGK chicane. He doesn't. And then decides to wait until the next opportunity, which will be the long drag out of the Hyundai N-Corva and down towards the Haukhaken. You can just see Seville just lining up Siomos at the moment. Aston Martin, well, very much in the tow. Siomos goes to the right-hand side to break that tow, but can't do so, and Seville will send it up the inside if he can. And he nearly got caught out there. That could have been rather nasty between the pair of them, but Seville did the best thing. He just backed out of it, and now he goes round the outside of Siomos into the Mercedes arena. Now through the second part of it, Seville still within track limits, tries to get the switch back, and Siomos just lets him through. He knows that the Pulse SimSports car is a lot quicker, and there we go. Siomos, I think, probably in the next few moments will decide to pit that Nissan.
Yeah, it'll be quite soon, I think, especially since we're kind of nearing the end of the maximum range of these cars, and well, I wonder if Seville is just trying to do the longer run at the moment to have his teammate do a little bit less time, because of course events like these, when you have also such a wide spread of talent, a lot of times drivers like to just pair up with friends or also do a little bit of a pro-am pairing. So normally the tactic there is to let the pro driver, the faster driver, do a lot of the race, and let the am do a little bit less, but still, around 1 hour there. So yeah, it's all the different strategies, all the different driver pairings, and I think right now Siomos is just trying to get this stint completely finished, try to get the car completely as empty as possible and then be done with the first hour already. Maybe then also split the rest of the time a little bit more evenly in the stints, but we can only wait and see.
Yes, indeed. So, Jonathan Seville, well, actually, as we are heading to around about 3 minutes to go until we hit the 1 hour mark. Let's head to race control at the broadcast studio at World Pro Racing in Malta. Let's head over and see if we can have a quick chat with our race director, FIA accredited race director, Adrian Figalo. Adrian, good evening.
Good evening to you. Good evening to you and Nick, obviously, and good evening, obviously, to all our followers.
It's been a busy evening for you and George at the moment, hasn't it, Adrian? Quite a few incidents to keep your eyes on, but there has been plenty of good battling all the way through the field as well.
Yeah, let's say, listen, for 1 hour, it's like we reviewed quite a few incidents, but obviously nothing so serious. It's normal, so we're quite happy. It's a pity, we lost also 3 teams already, so we'll see how things will develop, yeah.
Definitely, and obviously you and George, between yourselves, use TeamSpeak as a direct method of communication, which works pretty well. That if you spot an incident, you both look at all the relevant telemetry and look at different angles of the incidents, which gives you a very, very good insight, and you're able to act on those decisions rather quickly.
Yeah, exactly. We're all the time, obviously, looking around for the close action to try and catch any incidents that happen immediately. We have our own communication system also, apart from TeamSpeak, which we use also as part of our communication. So we use Discord, TeamSpeak, and our communication system. But that helps us obviously enough to try and be on the ball all the time and take the decisions as quickly as possible.
Well, Adrian, we'll let you and George get back to it. So thank you very much for having a chat with us, and we'll catch up with you a bit later on.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks to Adrian Figalo, our official World Pro Racing FIA accredited race director. And there is Johannes Weiss on lap 31. The 556 Porsche has not yet missed a beat, and at the moment he is currently leading by nearly a clear minute ahead of Rich Smith from SimSport Solutions. Pulse SimSport's Jonathan Seville rounds out the top 3 ahead of Team Mafia Esports 101 of George Siomos in the Nissan. Then it's Taylor in the number 9, Lindsay in the 12, Martino in the 34, Taylor in the 72, Funari in the 13, Butler in the 557, Chris Pinchbeck in the 43, Aston Martin now up to 11th. There is Jack Taylor partnered with one of the drivers. I think that was running at the 14. So we have lost, as Adrian Figalo said a little bit earlier on, a few teams, but coming into the first 60 minutes being completed in about 13 or so seconds, make that 10 seconds. It has been pretty much a good run so far from Johannes Weiss here, Nico, but they have yet to blink and serve their first mandatory pit stop. But a very, very different strategy for the sister car, the 557, that's being piloted by René Butler and Amir Thaka at this particular moment in time, and they've served 2 of their 3 mandatory pit stops with just under 2 hours remaining.
Yeah, absolutely. Completely different strategies from the 2, and I think part of that is the reason that Amir Thaka, as I said, a couple minutes before the event even started, he was still mounting new pedals to his rig. So probably got into the car, couldn't quite brake properly. And so quickly pulled back into the pit lane. Now they can both do a 1 hour stint each. And, I hope to finish the race like that. So quite peculiar scenes, to be sure. But either way, that's racing sometimes. Now Amir has a couple of minutes, well, almost an hour time to adjust his pedals to his liking, and hopefully Rene will keep the car in one piece for so long.
Exactly. Yeah. So Jack Taylor, partnered with Ash Knight. Itamar Yativ from GT Omega RPM Esports, partnered with Jack Noller in the Bentley, as George Siomos now pits, and the Tiger Mafia Esports car will very shortly be piloted by Leonidas Dimopoulos in that car. And there is the race leader, Johannes Weiss, after what is now effectively going to be just 33 laps of this circuit here at the Nurburgring. Goes into the pits, and Siomos is also in there as well. And Rich Smith at the moment is coming through the beer curve. So it will depend on how long it takes for the switch around between Johannes Weiss and Luke Rogers, who will get behind the wheel of the 556 Porsche. So Rich Smith making his way through the NGK chicane, and knows he's got to have an opportunity. The Porsche still in the pit lane. And now Rich Smith hurtles across the finish line, and Luke Rogers is only just exiting the pit. Of the race, that was absolutely perfectly done. The undercut to true perfection by the pairing of Dean Riley and Rich Smith. And now Rich Smith has a lead over Luke Rogers. And so, as they say, Nico, the boot is on the other foot.
Absolutely. Overcut was attempted. I think it could have worked, but well, the thing with pit stops as well is you really have to hit your marks, because in Assetto Corsa Competizione it's, well, quite tricky to get into the pits. First of all, all the right settings, which are not that difficult to put in, of course. You just do that on a track on straights, and we have plenty of those here. But the problem is stopping the car right on the perfect marker, simply because the pit crew is a little bit picky. They will only put up your car, once it's in a perfect position, and they either move it forward a bit, move it backward a bit, and then, it'll still take some time to put the car up on the jacks. So just move it a little bit wrong, and it can take extra time as well. But of course also, Rich Smith just completely on point with the pace he had to deliver to try and get that pace advantage back, even though he had to fight himself through some traffic. So really well done from Rich Smith there, and fantastic drive from him so far to take the lead like this.
Yeah, and Steve Haley's gone, yes! in the chat, so on YouTube. Still got quite a few viewers on our Twitch stream and also on Facebook as well. A big thank you to you all for joining us, and also for those watching on motorsport.tv, live and uninterrupted here on World Pro Racing, as Jonathan Seville now is closing on Luke Rogers. Luke Rogers, those tyres on that Porsche not quite up to temperature yet, as the Aston Martin looks to try and get past, and Seville pushes to the right. Oh, he's really compromised himself right there, Jonathan Seville. He went for it, and he got caught out. He outbraked himself. He went to the right of Luke Rogers, and Rogers did exactly what he was entitled to defend the racing line. And I think it just meant that Jonathan Seville got all crossed up, and he nearly did a Lewis Hamilton at Baku repeat here at the Nurburgring. That could have been rather nasty indeed for the 52 from Pulse Simsport.
Still a quite fresh wound, I think, from that one for some British fans. But
maybe the German manufacturer as well.
I mean, the engine fits as well, doesn't it?
It does.
But to finish first you have to finish, and to actually hit the apex of the first corner first, you have to brake. And well, there I think the ABS just interacted a little bit too much, maybe there.
Yeah, indeed. But the main thing is that these drivers are going to be pushing like crazy over the next 1 hour, 54 minutes or so of this race. And Jonathan Seville still trying to keep with Luke Rogers. Now, whilst they've been battling, Luke Rogers, I mean, to be completely honest here, Nico, it's not at all a surprise that Luke is having to fend off against defend against Jonathan Seville, who's been out for a... I'm just going to have a look on the live timing. Luke Rogers and Jonathan Seville, I mean, you look at it from this perspective. Seville has been running in the 156.2s. Now they come across the line again. And Rogers has started to pick up the pace. The tyres have now gone into that operational window. And now Luke Rogers can fight against Jonathan Seville. But now what these two have got to do, I know they're battling for position. I know that they're from rival teams. But you know what the biggest thing they need to do now? They need to start working together and catch up to Rich Smith.
Yeah, I think at the moment that may just be impossible, though, because you see the last lap time, 154.7 from Rich Smith and 56.7 from, and 56.8 from the two cars behind him. So at the moment they have to work together to actually stay away from Taylor in 4th place, who is of course 32 seconds behind, but still, you know, you definitely just don't want to waste your time fighting too much and just progress forward and try to minimize your time loss.
Yes, indeed, and it looks like the gap is starting to decrease. The gap was 7.5 seconds on the start of the previous lap. It's now down to 7.1. So Luke Rogers now building speed in that Porsche and has got a gap of just under 4 tenths ahead of Jonathan Seville. But that Aston Martin, with the amount of torque from that 4-litre twin-turbo V8, still able to close up on the straights, but then it's in the corners that the Porsche really comes alive. And going through Birkova, you can just see how much purchase Luke Rogers had in that car. Now through into Advan, the right-hand kink taken at 5th gear in around about 225 kilometres an hour. But then that's where the Aston Martin starts to come back into its own, and again trying into the braking zone. The Porsche looks a bit more stable in comparison with the Aston Martin between these two respective driving styles here. But good to see that Luke Rogers still keeping ahead of Jonathan Seville. But in the meantime, the gap has now re-extended back up to nearly 7.5 seconds. So Seville is hell-bent on getting past Rogers for that 2nd place. And then we'll try and close in on Rich Smith. But like you said, Nico, it could be a bit of a tall order for both drivers, especially if they did start working together.
Yeah, indeed. But now also the pace has gotten a bit closer together again. Smith now down to 55.2, and, well, Seville actually within the same 10th for the 2nd, and Rogers barely a little bit slower. So if they just keep clear of each other a little bit now, times are equaling out now, and, well, at this point you have to think Rich Smith is already quite some time on those tyres, and, well, Rogers is on quite new ones. Maybe a little bit trouble getting pressures into the tyres at first, but either way, now is the time to attack. Now he also put a little bit of a gap between himself and Seville, which is now half a second. Of course, he has to keep that half a second up as well. But now it's time for him to attack. Now he has to perform, and the 7 seconds could shrink a bit as well, because we can see on the track map as well that Smith now has traffic up ahead of him.
Backmarker traffic can also play a bit of a big hand in how a race does unfold. How a driver is trying to sort of wrestle with the car and keep these inputs rather smooth and consistent.
Well, the thing is, you have to try and keep the steering as straight as possible, of course. Trail braking gets a bit more difficult for that, simply by if you have the ABS a little bit too high, it is very easy to just take away all of your braking power when it thinks, well, the tires are looking up now with a lot of steering input. So you have to be very, very smooth, but also, of course, brake as late as possible, push it on the limit, and it's just quite difficult to do that on a consistent basis.
Yeah, and you can see the different lines being taken through Dunlop, courtesy of Luke Rogers and Jonathan Staville. These drivers are now, well, we now go to Chris Pinchback, who's got Itmar Yativ just up ahead. Now this is the battle for P10, now down to 13 cars it looks like, so the drivers unable to get back on. We did say about this earlier on in the broadcast that the driver swap is crucial, and that if there are technical difficulties with trying to get back onto the server, a driver swap, it can cause a problem, and that is what we have seen here tonight. So we have 1 hour, 47 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock remaining, and at about the halfway point we will go to a commercial break here because there's still plenty of racing to go. We don't want you to miss out on any of the action. As now Ruhl in the number 10, that's Mark Ruhl in the number 18, my apologies there, has now got past Chris Pinchbeck. There's Mark Ruhl in the Koenig number 12th placed Ferrari, and there's quite a distance behind, but at the moment Rich Smith leads by 6.3 seconds ahead of Luke Rogers. Jonathan Seville a further 0.918 seconds adrift rounds out the top three. Then it's a further 35 seconds back to Taylor, Lindsay, Martino, that's Taylor with an I instead of a Y, rounding out the top 7. Funari, Butler, Yartiv, but Rich Smith still leading. The gap now is 5.8 seconds after the last intermediate, and the reason being Luke Rogers has probably got Johannes Weiss in his ears just saying, right, you got your tyre pressures up to temp, you've got the tyres up to the tyres and the air pressures up to where they need to be, go after him. And Luke Rogers has just put in a 1 minute 54.918, and I just seen him, I think, just come out, and that would have been Jonathan Seville, who's just over a second back, closing in, and there is Seville, and it looks like, oh, well, Rogers has actually gotten away. Rogers has gotten away and is starting to pull a gap now down to 6 seconds between the top two through the Hyundai M Curva. Let's see how Luke Rogers has gotten on with this lap. So it was a 155.308. It was a 154.999 from Luke Rogers, who set a personal best in Sector 2, and the gap now just a fraction under 6.1 seconds. Seville now 1.1 seconds behind. Looks like Luke Rogers has really got the measure of that Porsche, and he's got the consistency down very quickly in this stint of his.
Yeah, absolutely. Seems to get into it now, and well, from my personal experiences from him, it's absolutely helpful. You said, he has Johannes Weiss in his ear and, telling him all he needs to do and giving him that support. Johannes absolutely a master at that, gets out of the car after having driven 2 hours, and then for the next 3 hours, if you need him, he's still going to be there and give you all the advice. So Rogers, who isn't, well, that used to driving in longer races at this point, more driving a lot of sprint stuff and all that, I think it's very, very good for him to have a very experienced driver from both real and virtual, just having him next to him, having him as a second driver, and be there for him to reassure him,
Exactly. So now we are, there's Henry Butler still back in the car at the moment. One more pit stop mandatorily for this car to take, but they could probably maybe put another one in there for Ahmed Thaka as Butler makes his way out of Dunlop. Track temperature has dropped significantly. We are now effectively, as per the server, Just over 2.5 hours have been completed. So it's a 2 times multiplier on the server here. And the track temperature now 25 degrees Celsius. 1 hour, 43 minutes and 50 to go. So it looks like we could possibly end up going into early nightfall for the conclusion of this race. And you can see that the cars were very nice and clean when we started this race an hour and 16.5 minutes ago. They are looking rather dirty thanks to the mud. The bugs probably splattered on the front bumper and the front windscreen, and quite a lot of rubber pickup. So it is a badge of honour that every sports car will sport. And you can see all the rubber on the right hand side of the track as they hurtle their way down the start finish straight. And looking at the gap now, Luke Rogers running in the 1:54.7s, and he got the gap down to just under 6 seconds as Jack Taylor has a bit of a moment coming out of the Hulk Harken, boots the throttle. The back end decides to have a bit of a tank slapper from the left and to the right, and that could have been rather nasty. That could have put the number 9 Slipstream Racing car off the circuit. But now Luke Rogers has definitely got the measure of Jonathan Seville, as Rogers now has a gap of just over 2 seconds. So Luke Rogers now trying to go after Rich Smith. The gap now down to 5.6 seconds as Luke Rogers does a bit of a Matthias Ekström going out of the pier cover. It's not an Audi S1 there, Luke, so just keep it planted and just go for broke. And that's exactly what Rogers is doing right now. Gap now down to 5.5 seconds. We ride on board with the Porsche down into the Hyundai M cover, down the gears, tight to the fence, and now that's nice linear power delivery courtesy of Luke Rogers' right foot there, Nico.
Once again, half a second faster, so that's going to be slowly putting a bit more pressure now on Rich Smith, because Rogers really has found his rhythm now. Don't know how long he's going to be in the car for, but I'd say, either way, Rogers now finding his pace, doing fantastic pace, and when Rogers comes out, Weiss will come back into the car, and yeah, so Rich Smith, I think he's quite glad that this undercut worked. Well, what can you say other than, they have to really start counting on their strategy now, because the Porsche seems to start flying.
Yeah, and the way that the track has evolved, the track temperature has dropped. It's going to be pretty much sunny over the next 15 minutes. A little bit of cloud cover, a 2 km/h wind basically going across. Well, effectively you can just see that the wind changing direction depending on when the car is placed on track. So you can just see that Luke Rogers is pushing here, and looks like Je suis Fortier saying first time racing here at WPR, and let me tell you guys, I'm impressed by how things are done here. Thank you very much for that comment. Really do appreciate it. And yeah, I think the thing is that we could see a bit more of a dynamic to this race, because the undercut was done by Smith and Riley on Rogers and Weiss. Could the boot be on the other foot? Well, with the way that Luke Rogers is pushing that Porsche, anything is possible. And the gap last time around was nearly 5.5 seconds between the two at the lead. Now 4.2 seconds. Luke Rogers puts in a 1:55.1. Smith puts in a 1:56.2. Luke Rogers is fired up.
Yeah, really pushing on the limit now, and I think, as soon as you get some confidence in the car, it's wonders what you can do with it. And especially that Porsche, I think it really needs quite a lot of confidence. Aston Martin overall, it doesn't feel quite as on edge. It's a bit more of a comfortable car, so to say. So it's sometimes a bit difficult to, extract all the pace out of it. So really well done from Rich Smith and Seville as well, to keep pushing at this pace currently. But the Porsche, you just really need to trust the car, and then when you start trusting it properly, you can go really fast in it. And I think that point has now been reached with Rogers, and well, we see how the gap is going down.
Yeah, and the good thing is that this is where things are going to get rather tasty. As now Luke Rogers is hunting down Rich Smith. But as they say, it's one thing to get up close and personal with somebody. It's another thing altogether to try and get past them. And that is what Luke Rogers is going to have to do. And the good thing is that Jonathan Seville is keeping it nice and consistent in the 52. And it's running in the 155.6s. So you can see that Rogers is the fastest out of everybody out on the circuit. Here's a replay here. Now this is Polajewski. Oh, losing it at exactly the same point as where we saw Silver Pyramids do exactly the same thing. It was at the same part on the circuit, but Polajewski went the other side of the exit of the Schumacher S's. And, well, at least that time, that car did not end up in the wall. It ended up on the kitty litter.
Yeah, quite indeed so. If I didn't know any better, I'd say the curb really has it out for that specific. There we are. That's the word that I wanted to do. That specific car. But of course, well, it's just really bad luck, and that's what I meant with, you really have to start trusting the Porsche. Of course, when you are on the throttle, rear engine, that car just goes straight on. And it's quite difficult in high-speed sections sometimes to control.
It is indeed. It is indeed. So 1 hour, 37 minutes and 18 seconds left on the clock. Drivers still pushing. Luke Rogers has got closer and closer. There is Rich Smith, and I've just seen coming out of Dunlop, that was Luke Rogers. Gap now down to 3.5 seconds. And there is Mark Ruhl in the number 18 Ferrari just up ahead. So these drivers will be looking to get past as expediently as possible in the next few laps, and that will then mean that these drivers will have a chance of getting past them. And I am actually, the funny thing is not only have I got the Twitch stream open, I am actually listening, or trying to listen to some of the audio from René Butler's Twitch stream, which is currently live as we speak. So I'll put that down to, I'll mute that at the moment, because I'm sure that there's quite a few interesting words, and yeah, we'll just see how he gets on. But I think I've just caught out of the corner of my eye that he's just had a bit of a moment in the Porsche.
Oh yeah, we can see it on the track map down there as well. So the same curb that probably got the car of Silver Pyramids earlier. So yeah,
and his
Porsche hitting trouble there. Yeah, of course.
And his teammate,
now.
Polajewski, and now René Butler becomes the third driver in a Porsche. And now there is Butler, and he's behind Chris Pinchbeck. It just goes to show that you can try not to put all of your eggs in one basket and not do an Alexander Wurz and run out of talent, as he admitted when he was racing for Toyota in the FIA World Endurance Championship. He got actually interviewed, and they said, "What happened?" He said, "I just ran out of talent," and that was completely open and honest. But I think René's going to blame that on his new wheel hub. Let's have a look at the replay here. Okay, up through into the Schumacher S's. Oh, now that was a bit of curb taken going through into the approach, and he's lost it even before the next part of it, and he's kept it out of the barriers. Well done. Gut gemacht, Herr Butler. Kept it out of the barriers there. That was a good save.
Definitely a Code Brown moment for him, but he's not going to be happy with himself as well. Maybe also start practicing a little bit earlier next time, boss. But yeah.
I'm sure he's not gonna wrap you over the coals for saying that one there, Nico. But at the end of the day, I think when he said to me, I'm a lot happy that I'm able to do a bit more driving. That's really, really good for him. So yeah, he'll be able to get back up to speed again, and hopefully we see him back for the next duo event, whenever that will be.
Yeah, indeed. But anyway, we have the next pit stop in. That's Seville in 3rd place. Now coming for the second to last round of pit stops, almost perfectly at the halfway point. And, well, that Aston Martin seems to have had his fill with, well, just overall fuel and tires, so to say. And, yeah, it seems that Rogers now can completely focus on pushing forward, but last lap, bit of a mistake from him. And quite tricky, of course, to always get that perfect lap time in, because as we saw that mistake from Rene Butler, even Luke Rogers, who seemed to be completely in the groove earlier, is able to make a mistake there.
Yeah, fast approaching the halfway point of this race. Just over 3 minutes to go until we hit 90 minutes on the clock remaining. Paul Lindsay now ahead of... Now, that is the 36 of Itmar Yativ, and then there is the... that is the 557 of René Butler. So Butler has closed in on Itmar Yativ, as it looks like. Yep, so Chris Pinchbeck has handed it back over to Kieran Vidago. So that team will have one more pit stop still to make as they filter their way down. So Paul Lindsay has lapped the pair of them. And as you said earlier, Nico, that René Butler will be kicking himself post-race after that incident, but all he's got to do now is just get back in, blinkers on, and refocus.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, funnily enough, he earlier had that situation that the Bentley was flashing him. Now it's his turn to flash the Bentley, I would say.
Yep. So, very shortly, we will go to a commercial break. But Paul Lindsay, in the number 12, partnered with Simon Wilkes, rounding out the top 4 positions. Now into the left-hander before the right-hander as René Butler goes side by side into Michelin with Itmar Yativ and gets the job done early. Good switch back there from René Butler. He got the run on Yativ, who had dramas restarting the engine in the pit lane, and it cost the GT Omega RPM Esports Bentley a considerable amount of time. Now Butler can start focusing on just pushing ahead, and has Funari about 46 seconds up the road, but then Lindsay, I think, has just gone into pit lane, and then we'll hand back over to Wilkes, and that looks to be the case. That has been confirmed via the timing tower. And there we go. There is Mr. Butler himself on our screens. He is currently streaming on Twitch right now, as probably more than likely some of the other drivers, and you can just see how much input there is, and he's also talking away on his headset as well whilst downshifting.
Yeah, probably having a good laugh with Amir, his teammate. Of course, that guy's going to be streaming as well, so if a camera direction wants to do that, they can also get his on board. Actually has it from behind for him, so showing the triple screens of his setup and all that. But yeah, I just think it's just fantastic here at World Pro Racing, you know, when you have the need for it, or when you just want to show it off a little bit, you can just get these onboard footages, so to say, almost like at the SRO Esports Championship. Yeah, it's just really, really cool to see. And as we were speaking about one Butler Palka, the other Butler Palka, Luke Rogers, has now retaken the lead because Rich Smith now into the pit lane.
We are halfway through. Keep it up.
Now halfway point of this race. Almost, well, we would say, you know, halfway there, it's almost done already mentally.
Yeah.
So very, very quickly, this race has gone by so far. Taylor's now heading into the pit lane as well, and actually, up and down the order, a lot of people are actually heading in. Christian Taylor, who is in that VTEC Aston Martin, now giving back his drive to his starting teammate. And, well, you can just see everyone darting out of the pit lane now. The McLaren immediately pulling to the side and trying to leave all the space to Dean Riley, who's taken the wheel back off the 22 Aston Martin.
Yeah, well, with that being said, we're going to go to a commercial break here as the 3 hours of Nurburgring for the Duo Series here live on World Pro Racing. We'll be back in just a couple of moments' time. Welcome back for continuing coverage of the 3 hours of the Nurburgring here on World Pro Racing for the Duo Series. Alex Goldschmidt and Nico Hilbrand back with you once again, as we're now going to go to a brief replay with Itmar Yativ going into the pit lane. And oh, the Bentley has stoved in the front end, and that was a bit of an unsafe there. I think that was probably Miles Dixon that was coming around the Hyundai N-Curve, and that could have been ever so deadly for both cars, because if there was an incident there where Yativ went any further back, that could have caught Dixon out, and Dixon would have been collected right there and then. But now we have the Battle Royale coming up, I think, very soon, as soon as there is a change. Well, it has been a change for the lead once again. So Luke Rogers for Butlerball Motorsport in the 556, partnered with Johannes Weiss. They lead as we now go on to lap 51, as René Butler is keeping himself very much in contention in 7th position. That car looking rather dirty. All that rubber pickup through the tuning vanes, and also the side skirts and the rear haunches of that Porsche, the 557 sister car, has just been passed by Miles Dixon. But Nico Hilbrand, your thoughts so far on the race?
Well, it's been a chaotic race, of course. This general, just format and stuff with 3 mandatory pit stops, it allows for a lot of creativity with the strategy, and so far we've seen so much battling, not just on track itself, but also through the lap times. It's absolutely crazy. And also, of course, moving up and down the order. Butler, by the way, here started outside of the top 10, moved up to 6th, well, not frequently, but for a short time before little accidents happened. Happy little accidents, as Bob Ross would say. And meanwhile, the other car here, Luke Rogers, trying to do the overcut once again to get to that next pit stop. So, very exciting all around, I think. A lot of drama, of course, with a few collisions here and there, but I think overall quite a lot of clean racing.
Yes, and we've still got just over 1 hour and 20 minutes still to go. So all bar the 556 Butterpal Motorsport Porsche have made 2 of the 3 mandatory pit stops. So the next time Luke Rogers comes in. Now Johannes Weiss, let's not forget, went just over the hour mark and handed over the car to Luke Rogers, who went on a binge of speed to close in on the 22 SimSport Solutions car. That at that particular point had Rich Smith behind the wheel, and now Dean Riley is behind the wheel of that car and is 55.3 seconds behind. Yes, people might say, well, hang on a second, they're that far behind. Yeah, they might be that far behind, but wait until Butler Power Motorsport decides to pit for the penultimate time in this race. What is going to be the case of when Rogers pits? How quickly can that gap close down? Well, we saw it earlier on, didn't we, Nico? When that first pit stop really gave us a telling point, an understanding of the story that's unfolded so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, the thing is, Weiss did a fantastic job in that first stint, getting throughout the entire stint there, but they will have to do 2 more pit stops and 2 more driver stops, of course, as well. So I'm just wondering how Weiss and Rogers will sort this out now.
Yeah, and that'll be the deciding factor. Who will keep their cards close to their chest? Your guess is as good as ours here on the virtual commentary box. But still, at the moment, the running order is as follows. Luke Rogers leads from Dean Riley, Miles Dixon, Ash Knight, Simon Wilkes, Marcello Fortio, René Butler. There is, and as I say that, Rogers now in the pits. So I'm going to keep an eye on where Dean Riley is. Dean Riley just coming out of Dunlop. And there is the number 22 SimSport Solutions car going through the Schumacher S's. So as we saw last time, it is going to be the case where has that 54-second gap been enough? Because if they're taking on fuel, if they're taking on tyres and they're doing a driver stop, that's around about 30 seconds for that to happen. And it is a very, very slow crawl down the pit lane. So Dean Riley makes his way through. And at the moment, the 556 yet to move from the pit stop box. And now, Riley out of the final corner. When will Johannes Weiss start that engine and get it running? It's going to be close. It's going to be a repeat of what we saw last time. Riley across the line now retakes the lead on lap number 53. And, oh, now that was a longer pit stop there for the 556, Nico. Seems like the undercuts happen again. But now Johannes Weiss will have the same situation to deal with like Luke Rogers did in the second stint. So now for the third stint, Johannes Weiss back behind the wheel.
Yeah, and actually now drop behind Miles Dixon as well. So that's another car that Johannes Weiss will have to get past. And now, of course, they have to split the last remaining time in two as well. Will just be a 40-minute stint overall, so quite short. But yeah, definitely not an easy situation for Johannes Weiss right now, just coming out right behind Miles Dixon. That was probably not part of the plan, and of course that gap up to Riley in first place was also not quite planned to go this far.
Yes. So the gap now between Dean Riley and Miles Dixon now just under 10.9 seconds. But Johannes Weiss quickly up to speed and is less than half a second behind. And a very different situation for the drivers that, well, Johannes Weiss by 3/1000ths of a second ahead of Dean Riley, taking pole position ahead of that, ahead of the 3-hour race. But now, as soon as Johannes Weiss has got his tyres up to temperature, that car will fight against Miles Dixon. And the thing is that we have two Porsches in the top 5. Ash Knight is the second of one of them, and he is currently in 4th position, 46, well, just about 45.5 seconds behind. This battle is Johannes Weiss climbing up the rev range. Up to 6th gear. Oh, late on the brakes from Johannes Weiss from Butlerpal Motorsport into the Haughaken. Goes towards the right-hand side through into the first part of the Mercedes arena. And gets a real good run coming out of the corner. That car, like, literally stuck to the tarmac like glue. And Miles Dixon now knows he's got a lot of blue and white in his rear view mirrors. And Johannes Weiss has got the bit between his teeth, the fire lit in that belly, to go for it. And now through out of Valvoline into Ford, Johannes Weiss using the wide sweep-in tactic. So it goes wide, doesn't use the conventional racing line, but carries the momentum through the corner to gain that little bit, few more kilometres an hour through. And you can see just how close on the apex Miles Dixon and Johannes Weiss were going through Dunlop. Up the gears once again, now threading their way through the fast complex here at the Michael Schumacher S's, both on the ragged limit of adhesion, and through into the next left-hander. Johannes Weiss backs out of it, thinks better of it, waits and stays patient, calculating what is going to happen. He'll be looking at least 2 to 3 corners ahead, as now they head through into the right-hand sweeper at Advan, 5th gear. And now, because he's getting that dirty air toe down into the NGK chicane, he brakes from 244 kilometres an hour. That's over 150 mph through the NGK chicane, keeps it nice and tidy. Wrestles with the steering wheel ever so slightly there. And now again, the back end trying to provide some snap oversteer to the right rear of that Porsche's drivetrain. But Johannes Weiss, with the skill set that he's got, is still closing in on Miles Dixon. And this is now allowing Dean Riley to get away into the distance. The gap now between Dixon and Riley, now 12.1 seconds. Johannes Weiss round the outside, through into the Mercedes arena. Cuts towards the inside. Oh, nearly hits the back bumper. The slightest of touches nearly there between him and Dixon. As now through into the right-hander coming out of the Mercedes arena. Johannes Weiss loses a little bit of momentum, and that allows Miles Dixon to scarper away by at least 4 to 6 car lengths ahead of the Porsche. Johannes Weiss will now quickly get back up to speed and chase the 52 from Pulse Sim Sport down.
Really getting close there. Weiss looking left, right, inside, outside, but Dixon is not quite budging, and of course it's quite difficult there as well, because now they're just costing each other time right now. Weiss will have to get past Dixon at some point, because David Riley is just running away right now. That was a second faster in the last moment there in the last lap, and it's really starting to get critical now at this stage.
It is indeed, because now Johannes Weiss knows, in order to give him and Luke Rogers a chance of victory here in the Duo Series 3 hours of the Nurburgring, live here on World Pro Racing, where sim racing becomes real. It is an absolute dogfight. Dixon versus Weiss for second on the road. Gap between them just under 3/10 into the NGK chicane. And, little bit of back end stepping out on the left-hand side for Johannes Weiss, who gets it back altogether. He puts the power down coming out of the Hyundai M-Curver, nearly loses the back end. Again, the rear wheels are trying to over-rotate as he puts the power down, tries to wheel spin. He has to correct it, and that gives Miles Dixon the opportunity he needs, but then through into the braking zone, into the Haughaken once again. Johannes Weiss later on the brake stand, the Aston Martin, using that sheer momentum and centre of gravity on that Porsche to try and get through on Miles Dixon through the twisty stuff. But unfortunately, down the straightaways, even if it might be a curved straightaway like we have between Ford and Dunlop, the Porsche stands no chance against the might of Aston Martin.
Yeah, the longer straights definitely proved to be an issue for the Porsche, especially if Butler Power Motorsport with this car is running a bit more downforce, because, well, the acceleration of the Porsche is very good, but the top end is lacking a little bit, and the Aston Martin, around mid-end to top end, it really gets going properly. So Weiss will have to find a way to just get the Porsche stuck behind that, or well, just under that Aston Martin's rear wing, and then be able to just pull out of the slipstream right in the braking zone and be able to make that move and stick it.
Yeah, and this battle has waged on. A little bit of an overzealous touch of curb there from Johannes Weiss. Catches nearly the back end of the Porsche out, but he's still keeping in touching proximity to Miles Dixon. Gap between them last time is about 0.3 of a second. We just come through another intermediate 0.4 between the two through the NGK chicane. And again, they both take a little bit of grass there. So Johannes Weiss decides to go late on the brakes, puts the Porsche to the outside to carry the momentum through. We ride on board with the 5.56 from Butler Power Motorsport down the straightaway here at the Nurburgring. Just over 3.2, around about 3.2 miles in length. Again, Johannes Weiss switching to the outside, trying to get the cut back. Oh, and he got a good run there. A very good run through into the Mercedes arena, round towards the outside. And if he makes this move stick, it will be one of the moves of the evening from Johannes Weiss. He will get the inside run through into the right-hander if he can get the power down quick enough. Oh, and he touches with Dixon. Oh, that was very much nip and tuck. Dixon had the right of way to turn in.
No, I think Weiss was still there, though. I think that was maybe a little bit aggressive on Dixon's turn in there. Of course, desperate to stay ahead there. Desperate, but we'll have to see what the stewards say about that one.
Exactly. We're going to leave it to the people that know what they're doing down in the stewards' room at World Pro Racing headquarters in Malta. Adrian Figallo and George Muscat. This has given Dean Riley the opportunity, as well as Rich Smith from Sim Sport Solutions. They now have a comfortable gap ahead of Miles Dixon. And Dixon now is about 13.7 seconds behind. according to the live timing. And yeah, the thing is that with sometimes where there is always that risk and reward question that always ends up being answered, and probably not in the way that some people would like for it to be answered. Let's be completely honest here, Nico. As I think now, I've just seen that there could be actually the fact that Dean Riley is about to has crossed the line now into the Haughaken and into second. Well, it is actually Johannes Weiss, so Miles Dixon. I'm not too sure what's happened there. Has he? Well, Dixon actually had a howler of the first sector, so whether Dixon's had an issue. And Dixon has now dropped back down into third place. Not too sure what to make of that one, but whether that may have been a decision to maybe have given that place back, not too sure. We might find out post-race on that one. Well, let's have a look at the replay. Now, this is on board from Johannes Weiss. So, through into there. Very close between the pair. Now, just keep your eyes on this. Nip and tuck. Nip and tuck. I'm going to leave that to the stewards on that one. And actually, the thing is that Weiss actually got ahead. So, Dixon actually dropped back because of that incident. So, yeah, that's nip and tuck. I'm going to leave that one to the stewards.
I would say that's a racing incident, to be honest, there, because simply, with the trajectory for that corner, very, very difficult, of course, to stay side by side there. But Dixon obviously was very, very desperate to defend the place as well. The Aston does accelerate best when it's going straight, so I think he was trying to sort of intimidate as well, to so to say, to get Weiss to back out. But Weiss, obviously, he's not a stranger to making those moves work. Actually used the same exact move in the German Race Room Championship a couple years ago to get into a quite high position, and I think he actually overtook either 2 or 3 people with that move. So yeah, he was still, I'd say he was still alongside, but of course the stewards will have to see that. We only have limited camera angles for the broadcasts, after all.
Yeah, I don't, even I've got some racing knowledge, even though I haven't competed professionally on a sim rig. I don't even have one at home. But I like talking about racing. Sometimes, I understand just by how, the driving styles are very, very different between respective drivers, and obviously the machinery that they opt to use. So it is a case of always thinking discretion is the better part of valor when I try and sort of like have a look at it, and when I think it's too difficult for me to call, it's always going to be that it's a 50-50, snip and tuck. I've got to leave that to the stewards. And that, in some respects, we want these guys to be out there racing hard, but we also want to make sure that the decisions are made rightly and fairly, and that is by our race directors, so we always leave that to them. Ash Knight from Slipstream Racing, really good race from them. They started P4, they're still currently in P4, and you can actually see they're currently looking at the incident between Johannes Weiss and Miles Dixon, and you can just see, we'll leave it to them, because they'll be looking from various different camera angles to sort of really assess the situation fully. And it won't be a snap of the fingers and you make that decision. No. What it would be is you have to analyze it from multiple different perspectives, multiple different camera angles, and also multiple different parts of data and telemetry. But Dean Riley doing exactly what SimSport Solutions are doing at the moment. They got the undercut on the 556 Butterpal Motorsport pairing of Johannes Weiss and Luke Rogers, and Dean Riley, with just over an hour and 4 minutes still to go, leads the field going on to lap number 60 of this race.
Getting really, really tight now with the time schedule, and Weiss also dropping back a little bit. So I'd say the car definitely also has damage there. So yeah, 17.4, so about 17.5 seconds distance now. So everything they can do now is just try and stay ahead. Obviously, if they get a penalty as well, they're a really difficult thing. And now we see it here. Adrian Figallo is typing, and we'll have to wait what the final verdict is.
We should get that very, very shortly indeed as to what the decision by race control will be. And it is a tough call. I mean, I know race directors and race stewards and also clerks of the course in karting. And I always know that they're the ones that will make the relevant decision. They're the ones who have to make that decision to try and call it down the line. So, Dean Riley, 17.254 seconds ahead of Butterpal Motorsports. Johannes Weismars Dixon from Pulse Simsport in the 52 rounds out the top three. Okay. Right. Incident between 52 and 556. Racing incident, as Dixon should have given the space to Weiss, as Dixon was also still committed. So, as I said, it was nip and tuck. I think you said racing incident, didn't you, Nico? So
yep.
You literally hit the nail on the head right there, my friend. Well called.
Yeah, thank you. Well, you know, a lot of situations like that, and of course, especially with the Mercedes arena, it's just so difficult to get that call properly there. We'll get Nico as a steward.
Adrian Figallo's just made a joke. He just said we might as well get Nico as a steward now. Laugh at
I do that work for the ADAC as well, so...
Oh, goodness me. Wow.
But, yeah, basically, what I was saying, Mercedes arena, very difficult, of course, to get it properly sorted all the time, because you have this first hairpin here, you know, very wide, then you have the first left-hander, and the second left-hander, and it just gets tighter and tighter and tighter, and then that last right-hander, which we see Marcello Fortio behind, actually, Miles Dixon, one of the cars involved, we're into here now, it just closes in so rapidly, and it's so difficult to always judge the space there. So I think Dixon was legitimately just not aware 100% that Weiss was still alongside there, or was just expecting that Weiss wouldn't be able to go along there. But of course, you know, we have the drivers, they are very experienced with, well, their machines, their tracks and all that stuff, and yeah, difficult here.
Yeah. Well, there's Amir Thakur, also known as, I think it's Cyanide Plays Games on Twitch, isn't he? If memory serves me correctly, and is currently being communicated to by his teammates at in the 557 crew, René Butler, as Jeff Lima in the Cavallino Rampante, the number 18, given the blue flag, just to get out of the way. And now the sunset starting. Oh, moment there for Amir Thakur going through the Halkaken. Oh, that was gnarly, but he kept it together there. And one of the more prevalent things that we need to talk about here, Nico, track temperature, 20 degrees Celsius. And now the sun is starting to set here in the Eifel region.
Yeah, and as soon as the sun will set, hopefully not for quite some more time, the temperature will drop off drastically. And by now it's already quite drastically dropped off, because of course we have it at the moment at 20 degrees Celsius. It started at 32. And, you know, it doesn't sound like much, you know, 12 degrees. We changed from t-shirt weather to t-shirt weather, great. But on the track, it actually affects the tires and the tire pressures and temperatures, of course, quite drastically. So people will have to adjust the tire pressures for the new sets of tires that they change to. And since they are mandatory driver swaps involved, it is only logical to also include the tire swaps. So, yeah, these guys will ready for the last pit stop. Not Amir Thakur, because he's already done, of course. They will have to get the tire pressures completely with the nail on the head there.
Yeah, very much the case.
And so we actually have a picture-in-picture there.
Yeah, we do. And he's running on triple screens. So we've got just under 59.5 minutes to go. You can just see how different the setups are regards to the respective people. I know that René doesn't have triple screens, if memory serves me correctly.
No. Actually, he does have them now.
Oh, he does have them now. Well, he
Yes.
didn't for a while. He didn't for a while.
They're completely misaligned, and everyone who sees it gets triggered about it, but he does have them now.
Well, he better stop. He better get them aligned so he doesn't get everyone triggered again, then, doesn't he?
Well, he doesn't much care about it, as far as I know.
No,
no. It works for him, so,
Yeah, but you head into the last 58.5 minutes. At the moment, Dean Riley still ahead. There'll be one more pit stop to make, and then Rich Smith will retake the wheel of the 22 Aston Martin. Just behind is Jack Noller. It's been a difficult race for the number 36 from GT Omega RPM Esports. So running order at the moment. Dean Riley from SimSport Solutions leads the way in the 22 Aston Martin on lap number 63. And is running about 16.6 seconds ahead of Butlerpal Motorsports number 556 of Johannes Weiss. Miles Dixon in the Pulse SimSport 52 Aston Martin rounds out the top three. Ash Knight from Slipstream Racing in the number 9 Porsche 4th. Simon Wilkes in the 12 SimSport Racing Aston Martin completes the top 5 ahead of the 34 of Marcello Fortio, Adam Herford-Smith. Then we've got Baba Alal, Kieran Vidago, and then we've got Amir Thacker, Jack Noller, Jeff Lima, and Silva Pirmez. 13 cars still running. And one of the interesting things, Nico, is that the way that the server has accelerated in terms of its time, effectively 4 hours have lapsed on the server. So we could end up finishing at around about just before 9:30 in the evening.
Yeah, so it is getting quite close with full sunset there. So, the sun actually descending behind the horizon. But either way, it gets rather cold at that point. But luckily, at least for the drivers, in this case, no rain so far ahead. It's been dry the entire race, so at least they don't have to adjust to that. Meanwhile, Johannes Weiss gets the gap now down to 16.1 seconds. And I think that will now be a race against the time, as well as a race against the 22 from the 556.
Yeah, and last time around, Johannes Weiss was 4 tenths quicker in comparison with Dean Riley, but Dean Riley has kept it rather nice and consistent, a bit like a pendulum, very monotonous, swinging from side to side. So Riley is doing the job he needs to do, whereas Johannes Weiss will have Luke Rogers in his ears saying, right, okay, you're up on him on the first sector, up on him on the second sector. One of the other things, just like as in real life, the glare of the sun setting is also another considerable factor that can sometimes catch you out. It can mean that sometimes if you get that glare directly into your field of vision, especially if you're using VR as opposed to, say, a single curved screen or triples, that can also cause a little bit of an issue, can't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And the vision, of course, is just one of the things that you have to really check out about. Because, of course, you get a lot of feedback from actually seeing the car movement and, of course, feeling a lot through the wheel. But, well, from the best example of last weekend, Paul Ricard 6 hours in the SRO series, where I actually drove myself, sunset set in. Haha, sunset set in. Well, what a fun way of saying that. And you basically couldn't see the turn-in point for turn 1, so you really had to just squint your eyes and turn in on good luck. And in these conditions, it's really difficult to drive. It's a lot more difficult, I'd say, than in normal normal daytime or normal nighttime as well. Simply because you have constant light settings there, or light conditions. And here, you just get around the corner and you see that massive lens flare like it's a J.J. Abrams movie just shining directly into your face.
Yes, indeed. So now, Johannes Weiss trying to close in, but you know what's happening here? Dean Riley is responding. And on the previous lap, the gap did not change. In fact, it's nearly gone up, 16.30 seconds between Johannes Weiss and Dean Riley. as now Johannes Weiss will go through the first intermediate, 15.9 seconds, so up by about 4/10 in the first sector. Dean Riley now making his way through into the left-hander, was known as Michelin, but now will be now known as Hankook. Then through Bierkova, and we'll head through into Advan. And a lot of pickup. You can see the amount of rubber picked up on literally as much surface area on that car as humanly possible. Johannes Weiss now coming through Bierkova. And we'll now head down towards the next intermediate just before the NGK chicane. Gap 16 seconds. So it is swinging that pendulum between the pair of them. And Johannes Weiss comes out of the Hyundai N-Curva as Dean Riley makes his way through into the Haughaken. 52 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. And the gap now 16 seconds between the pair. Johannes Weiss slightly quicker by nearly a tenth and a half on that particular tour. 65 laps in the books. Still plenty more to go, but Dean Riley just doing the absolute minimum he needs to just keep that car on the surface, on the track surface, not make any undue errors, just keep the car pointing in the right direction and doing exactly what he needs to do, and he will have Rich Smith just talking him through it, and Rich Smith will be letting Dean Riley know how the strategy is working out, and will then give the call to Dean Riley to say box to come in the next lap.
And that's really just the question now, how they pull the trigger on that now. Because we saw that Weiss did the first stint about 1 hour long, and the second stint for Luke Rogers was only 40 minutes. I'm wondering if they're now splitting that up in 40-minute stints simply to have the fuel load lower, but also keep the tires in a better shape. So you really just have to think now, how will they actually adjust the strategies, and well, what's all to come. Meanwhile, here we have Bada al-Babalal. Sorry about that. 4.6 seconds behind Herford Smith, and that could also develop into another battle before we can say cheese.
Yeah, very true. Very true indeed. It's all just dependent on what will happen over the next 51 minutes. The jury still out Silver Pirmet, so all I'm going to say is thank goodness he kept that one together through the Schumacher S's on that particular occasion. We saw him and Polozhewski, his teammate, both going off at the Schumacher S's. Pirmet's ended up in the wall on the right-hand side, and Polozhewski ended up in the gravel on the left-hand side. And oh, as I say that, commentator's curse strikes on that particular occasion, but this time he keeps it out of the barrier and uses the runoff area. At least he didn't have to worry about someone closing in on him to do on that particular occasion.
Very definition of commentator's curse, but yeah, at this point, they had a lot of misfortune in that number 10 car, and it's honestly just great to still see them running. Miles Dix, meanwhile, pulls into the pit lane. Last pit stop for the Paul Sim Sport Aston Martin, and maybe they'll try to get an undercut now running on Weiss, perhaps.
Who knows on that one? We are still going to find out a little bit later on, but now we go into the last 50 minutes of this race, and it has been an interesting one thus far. So Simon Wilkes rounding out the top 5, and the number 12 from Sim Sport Racing goes across the line, 14.5 seconds behind Ash Knight in the number 9. So looking at where the respective teams started on the grid, Riley and Smith, they started on second on the grid. Well, the 556 started on pole position. The 52, Pole Simsport, started 4th. And then, well, actually, Ash Knight and Jack Taylor actually started down in 9th position. So it's all swings and roundabouts here. Wilkes, well, number 12 started P5. The 34 started 7th. The 72 started down in, what was it, 14th position, now 7th. Al Balabalal started in 9th. Vidago, the 43 Aston Martin from SimSport Racing, started on the inside of row number 2. The 557 started 13th. The 36 started in 6th position. The 18 started in 16th, and the number 10 started in 15th. So it has been a rather changeable race evening here at the Nurburgring. Wouldn't you agree, Nico?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's been a very interesting race throughout its entirety. And especially now coming to the last pit stop phase, it's going to get even more interesting.
Yeah, so Riley making his way through and has got, that is Thacker just behind. And what will be happening is that how much quicker will Johannes Weiss be? Well, the previous lap on the completion of lap number 67 was 16.3 seconds. And I think now that it is a case of Riley and Smith just keeping that calm as such.
That's still very good lap times though from Riley. Even what I presume is quite short before his pit stop window. And we'll actually have to see though now if Weiss can actually respond to those lap times for a lot longer, because soon we'll be at that 40-minute mark. I wonder who's going to pull the trigger first then, but last lap Weiss actually 56.2, lost over a second there.
Yeah. Stranger things have happened, my dear Mr. Hilbrand. Stranger things have happened. But it just could be a case that maybe they've had to resign themselves, maybe for second position, because the thing is, if Weiss was really on it, and if those tyres are degrading, and especially the track temperature's cooling down, the pressures are going to drop, there's going to be less adhesion. As Ash Knight has a track cut and a half there going through the second half of the NGK chicane. That's not what you want to do, but especially in a 3-hour race, that could cost you, especially if he's got an additional track cut. And now Simon Wilkes coming through the Hyundai N-cover, rounding out the top 4 positions. So that was Silva Pirmets, who will hand over to Polajewski for what looks to be the final stint of the race. But still, at the moment, Dixon pitted for the final time. Thacker, 556, has pitted for the final time. Ismail Yativ has pitted for the final, and Jack Noller have pitted for the final time. It's all a case of who blinks first. And at the moment, the first one to blink is Silva Pirmets, and he's all the way down in 13th.
Yeah, but, you know, we had our first rush quite a lot earlier. I mean, Amir Thacker, of course, 15 minutes ago, basically, coming in for his pit stop. Itamar Yativ, I think around 10 minutes ago, and Seville actually just a few minutes ago, and Pirmets now with around 3/4 of an hour to go. I'd say he basically rings in the start of the last pit window for basically all the guys that have normally planned with around 45-minute sprints, so to say, for the entire race.
Yeah. So that means that out of the cars so far, well, Jeff Lima has now pitted the Ferrari, and Fortio has pitted the McLaren. So that will then mean that we will have 7 cars remaining to jump into the pit lane and serve their final mandatory pit stop with driver change.
Adam Herford-Smith now in the 72 Aston Martin, coming in as well, and perhaps trying, and well, actually probably trying to extend his lead over Al Baba Alal, because that car was behind him last time I was able to see the gap there. And yeah, with that now, of course, the next big question will be, how will these guys hit their marks? We saw just now the Ferrari of Lima actually getting put back a little bit, actually getting set back quite a considerable bit, and actually for some reason staying in the pit limiter. But there we are. Better late than never, but yeah. You could see the car being actually let down a bit further from where it was actually stopped. That is what I meant with, you have to hit your marks, because otherwise the crew will not start working up until they've pushed you back, then they will put you up on the jacks, and that can take a lot of very, very crucial seconds.
Yes, indeed. So now we head on board with the 9th place Porsche, the 557 of Amir Thakur, partnering with René Butler this very evening. So they still have a chance if they can. Well, the gap between them and Hereford Smith has extended to quite a bit, and that's the best part of nearly 55 seconds. And your guess is as good as mine as to whether there is going to be an opportunity to do some sort of undercut, maybe in the latter stages. But that, ladies and gentlemen, the jury is very much open on that one. But now the darkness starting to seep in, the headlights ablaze on all the cars here as the track temperature has dipped under 20 degrees Celsius for the first time as we hit the last 42 minutes. Riley leads the field on lap 71 of this race. And Johannes Weiss has started picking up speed, but it's not at the intervals that car needs. They put it on pole position by 3/1000ths. Riley now blinks into the pits for the final time. Comes the Sim Sport Solutions 22 Aston Martin, and that means that Johannes Weiss will take the lead on what will be lap number 72. And then the big question here, Nico, how much longer can Johannes Weiss stay out in that car, as now they get the lead back, going through into the Haughaken as Riley has pulled up into pit lane.
Really, really difficult to say. Of course, 16 seconds, he will be having quite a bit to catch up, as they were last measured on, actual pace together. But I think it could be a strategy of Weiss to wait until the sun is a bit lower and then just try to adjust the pressures to the perfect temperature, so to say. Simply because we see how the temperature is still lowering a bit, and normally you have to adjust the tire pressures by 1 click per around 2 degrees, per around 2 to 3 degrees of difference. So of course, when it gets still colder, you need to put some more pressure into the tires, and when it gets hotter, you have to put less pressure into the tires, simply because the tires will heat up more anyway. So yeah, maybe they're just waiting a little bit, waiting until that last moment comes in, and or they're just trying to make it to the perfect 40-minute mark. It's all possible. We don't know what's going on in those teams.
Yes. And it's a case that we know as much as what you people know. Simon Wilkes brings the car in for what is going to be the final time. That means we will have 4 more cars still to pit. Johannes Weiss being one of them. Ash Knight, Baba Alal, and Kieran Vidago. So Wilkes is in the pit lane. He's going to go a lap down, and that means that the leader is lapped all the way up until P3. As we are fast approaching the last 39 minutes of this race. And at the moment, I've just seen that Johannes Weiss is coming through into the Mercedes arena. And at the moment, Rich Smith now making his way through to Advan. Don't forget to check out any future events with us on worldproracing.com/events. Paul Lindsay now back behind the wheel of the car, having taken over from Simon Wilkes in the number 12 Simsport Racing Aston Martin. And the thunderous roar of that 4-litre twin-turbo V8 supplied by Mercedes-AMG, producing a Falterbach, but then has the old Aston Martin fairy dust breathed all over it for the respective specifications. And of course, Aston Martin cognizant F1 team. So herzlichen Glückwunsch, Sebastian Vettel, his first podium with his new team after just 6 races at the Azerbaijan Grand Prix just this past weekend. And of course, Aston Martin cognizant use Mercedes hybrid power units. So nice to see a bit of automotive and motorsport correlation between those two powerhouses as Paul Lindsay filters his way through the Michael Schumacher S's and then filters down. Rene Butler's complaining now on the YouTube chat. He's just gone unrealistic for weather for our region. No hailstorm at all. What about add fog to that? Low-lying fog, Rene.
As you mentioned F1 though just now, one little interesting fact. If I'm not mistaken, the Nurburgring should be the racetrack in F1 history that carried out the most, like the most amount of different Grand Prix names. So they had the Luxembourg Grand Prix here, the European Grand Prix, the German Grand Prix, and then also the Eiffel Grand Prix. And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think any other track has held 4 different titles for a Grand Prix so far.
Actually, I think there is one other that springs to mind. And he's just Renee's just responded. He said, "Yeah, some fog would be awesome." Oh well, we try and aim to please Renee, but
They have an excuse when he crashes. I couldn't see the corner.
Yeah.
Besides the wheelbase, of course, as well.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Let's just have a look. Let's just have a look here. Alright, there is one that does spring to mind, and funnily enough, I think it might be Imola.
San Marino Grand Prix, Italian Grand Prix?
The Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So...
So that would be 3, though, instead of 4.
But it's close. Very close.
Yeah,
indeed.
very, very close.
As I say that, let's get back to this, shall we? Johannes Weiss now in the pits, ready to hand over to Luke Rogers. And now, this is going to be the deciding factor. Because Rich Smith is making his way through. Hancock now into Bierkova. So again, the lead will be retaken, I think, by SimSport Solutions because the amount of pace in that Aston Martin. It just depends on how quickly the driver change gets affected. And if they decide to put new tyres. Sparks flying from the rear diffuser. Well, here comes Rich Smith. 34 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. And the Porsche has not moved. Rich Smith retakes the lead on lap number 75.
Now we are moving.
Now moving. I'm just keeping an eye on... Now, where is the number 9? The number 9 might be rather up close and personal if they're... Well, I'm just sort of thinking,
nope.
No.
Down at Dunlop, now into Schumacher's.
Okay, well, damn, got my thunder stolen right there. But the number 13, McLaren, with Baba Alal still to serve a final mandatory pit stop. I really love this comment from Rene. More fog, less people see our crashes. And then he's also put a little bit of a knife in the back of his friends over at the 556. Steve Butler Pal Motorsport loses this race based on bad decisions. Ouch, is all I'm saying about that one, Rene.
Based on bad decisions, what decisions would that be?
I'm sure we'll find out from Luke and Johannes a bit later on when we do have a chance to have a chat with them, hopefully post-race. But now, the lead between Rich Smith and Luke Rogers, 16.6 seconds with 33 minutes on the clock. Taylor, Lindsay, Seville, Al-Baba Alal, Martino, Taylor, Pinchbeck, Thacker, Yativ, Holojuski, and Rule. That is your 13 strong, still running as we head into the last, about 2 3/4 minutes into the last half an hour. So Rich Smith now on lap number 76. Luke Rogers comes across the line. What's the lap time going to be for the Porsche? Well, that gap has gone up. Obviously, with the lengthier pit stop, he's now 17.9 seconds behind. Give it another couple of laps or so, as Al-Baba Alal now will pit and hand the car back over. And that will be to Adrian Funari, and that is in the Team AFR car. There you can see the virtual spectators in the Mercedes AMG Arena with a cheeky little Audi Sport banner just up ahead. So good to see that the virtual fans are not losing their appetite for motor racing. But we're into the dying phase of this race, and Nico, it has been all about that important two factors: strategy and teamwork.
Yeah, absolutely. I think also not just that, but also just complete consistency, and of course, when you're racing in a full field, especially at the start that we have had there with, quite a few collisions in the first couple laps, just staying out of trouble and being able to just adapt to the situation that you find yourself in, and that's of course always very tricky.
Yeah, so there you go. Well, they need to wear their face masks next time under current Bundesregierung government regulations, but at least the bearded man looks happy with swinging that blue flag backwards and left to right. And
all of them also looking straight at the camera, a little bit freaky.
Yeah. So darkness quickly setting in here at the circuit. And Itmariativ's just got to watch it, keep out of the way. And well anticipated. Oh, here we go. We're going to get so many BPM comments from Rene Butler in the YouTube chat over the next half an hour. And at the moment, and I've just seen that over the last few minutes, when we make that the last 5 or 6 minutes, he's put 6 in already. Maybe that's 7 comments. But Rich Smith steering that ship, that Aston Martin ship, straight and true, and just keeping it calm and composed. And the gap between him and Luke Rogers now nearly 18 seconds. And on this particular occasion, oh, live with it. Excuse me. Someone has to make this chat come alive. And now, someone else joins the fray, and it's Royal Monster. Let's go, Lindsay. Paul Lindsay, 13. You know what, I'm going to have to shut down the YouTube chat on my screen in a minute, just so at least I don't see what Renee puts on there. now that he's got time. Just keep your man Thacker occupied with what's going on the race and with the strategy, because he's 3.5 seconds behind Chris Pinchbeck. And I'm just having a look at the 5.57. Well, Chris Pinchbeck's just set a personal best. 1 minute 55.164 at this particular occasion. It's just gone up to 4 seconds as I've said that, but there's still time here, Nico, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, Thacker, of course, getting used to new pedals as well, so I think he could use the support, Rene, from his team boss. Of course, not throwing shade or anything. But Pinchbeck, not only that, you can see him here now, in the back of the picture there we are, because we have Adrian Funari here in the Bad Fun McLaren, only 8 tenths ahead. Actually, the gap should be slower by now. So the gap should be slower, the gap should be smaller by now, and indeed it is, 4 tenths, but Pinchbeck takes a wild ride over the inside grass for the second part of the NGK or Vidal chicane, or whichever name you want to call it.
Oh my goodness me. Liam Palfreeman has just said, Renee, we all know you like Beyblades since you spent like 3 times. Oh, that's harsh. That's harsh. But, you know, we have to give Renee credit where credit was due. Mr. Butler was pushing. You know, but the main thing is that, oh God, it's going to be a Beyblade love-in between Liam and Renee. Guys, get a room, please. Right, 27 minutes to go. Track temperature hasn't really decreased, but darkness quite quickly setting in. And to be honest with you here, I think the way things are going, touch wood, that Smith is going to keep a hold of this. He is running consistently quicker than Luke Rogers. And I think that now, just look at the interval. It was 17 seconds, it's now 24.6. And the good thing is, I think that Rogers and Weiss have just decided, you know what, we've done our best to get up to second, having led this race. But Rich Smith and Dean Riley have played a really, really... Well, I didn't know that Luke had spun, Johannes, but thank you very much for pointing that out. There is so much going on with these races these days. But, you know, I think at the end of the day, it is one of those things that this does happen. It's part and parcel of racing. Mistakes do happen. And the main thing is that they've been able to pick themselves up, dust themselves off, and get back out on the circuit. As Chris Pinchbeck now hustling Adrian Finardi, and there is now this battle, Christian Taylor now just up ahead. It was just a case of now Pinchbeck can go for 8th position. Pinchbeck to the right hand side, through into the Haken on Finardi, clean as a whistle up the inside of the 720S McLaren, the number 13, but now Finardi tries to fire back round the outside of the Mercedes arena. But Chris Pinchbeck does the old thou shalt not pass manoeuvre. So Finardi now on the back foot. This means now Pinchbeck is effectively the fastest out of this trio. I know how good Pinchbeck can be on a good day, and now he's got the fire really lit in that belly of his, and he's closing in. He's got past Funari, and now he's closing in on Taylor. Now down towards Dunlop. Down the gears once again. Through into the right-hander. And he's got a real good run. That car is responding to every single input. Be it steering, brake, or throttle response from Chris Pinchbeck. It is a race that could have been so much better. But now, oh, wide from Taylor. Pinchbeck has to back out of it. And that was ever so close going through the left-hander at Hankook. Through Bierkurve. Now Pinchbeck will get a good run. Down through the right-hander here at Advan. Speeds in excess of 240 kilometres an hour into the NGK chicane. Chris Pinchbeck decides I'm going to wait and strike when it suits me, not when a gap just suddenly appears. And now through the Hyundai N curve, out onto the start-finish straight. A little bit of a good run there from from Taylor to get a little bit further up the road, but the gap's still just under 4.5 tenths. Down to the Haughaken once again. Battle for 7th very much on. Pinchbeck and Vidago between them have made a pretty good recovery drive. Probably not the way that they may have wanted this race to have panned out. But you look to the next opportunity as there is a wide opening provided for Pinchbeck by Taylor. And Pinchbeck doesn't need a second invitation.
I think also Taylor probably not 100% confident in the car. I know that he's rather, in comparison to some of the guys here on the grid, like Rogers, Smith, and their respective co-drivers. Unlike them, Taylor is still quite new to sim racing as well. One of his first, if not the first, race here at World Pro Racing for him. So probably before he gets over pressured or something, or makes a mistake and an incident occurs, probably pulled out a little bit, and instead leaves Pinchbeck to do a bit of catching to himself. And that's actually Lindsay having a bit of a moment there in the middle of the Schumacher, as actually gets hooked up on the edge of the AstroTurf, gets gravel under his wheels, and that's a little bit of a jump there that car did.
Yeah, that was very much Knight Rider style there, I think.
Turbo boost.
Yeah, there's no super pursuit mode here, unfortunately, at the Nurburgring, I'm afraid. But the main thing is now that Lindsay is ahead of Seville. Now, that car up ahead, that will be the 557 of Butlerpal Motorsport, with Amir Thakur still behind the wheel, and he's going to get the blue flags. And it gets out of the way of Lindsay, but then very quickly Seville will need to get through very soon too, and Thakur does the courteous thing and gets out of the way on the very next part of the circuit through the Mercedes arena. And the gap still around about 25 seconds from first to second as we head into the last just over 20 minutes of this race. And the pairing of Dean Riley and Rich Smith head into the night with a considerable advantage, thanks to Christopher O'Connor reference the commentary. While it's very much appreciated, we do try and make this as entertaining but also as insightful for you at home as well. For those especially that haven't watched any of the sim racing that has been happening during the initial start of the global pandemic that took the world in its grasp since March of last year. We're not out of the woods of it yet, but still sim racing very much into prominence, and 20 minutes on the clock remaining. Nico, it's all about just keeping it calm, keeping it consistent, not making any mistakes, and that's what Dean Riley and Rich Smith have done. Yeah,
absolutely. They've put no foot wrong. They've, patiently waited, so to say, for the first stint to be over for Weiss, and they really did well to just keep their composure and stay out of trouble throughout the entire race. At the same time, I must say, we expected a little bit more in practice, at the end of practice, didn't we? It looked like another Aston domination. 1 to 4 was Aston Martin, and now 2 of the podium places are actually filled by Porsches. So, yeah, quite while the Butlerpal Motorsports Porsche wasn't able to hold their pole position and into the first place from the for the entire race, still I'd say 2 Porsches on the podium. That is a a partial loss, but also, so to say, a win for the German manufacturer, as we see Patrick Lindsay and Seville here now with only 3/10 between them. 20 minutes, well, less than 20 minutes to go, and I wonder if Seville will be able to make a move.
Yeah, well, Bot Got Ninja on the YouTube chat said car 72 had a last-minute car change, hence the current pace. So that's why Taylor is down in 8th position. So Paul Lindsay from SimSport Racing battling away with Pulse SimSports' Jonathan Seville. This is for 4th on the road. So it is Aston Martin from Porsche and Porsche. So 2 from Weissach, 1 from Gaydon on the podium. We do actually have a third manufacturer in the top 6 positions, with Martino rounding out the top 6 places. Also, another interesting battle we do need to keep our eyes on. Amir Thakur and Adrian Funari are 4/10 of a second apart. That is the battle for P9. Track temperature now 18 degrees Celsius and dropping. And now that looks to be that there has been a change. Thacker ahead of Funari. The change has happened. So having started down in 13th position, and with René Butler behind the wheel for the first stint, the 557 would make its way up to 6th position. But now still to have a gain of 4 positions over the course of the race in total. It's a pretty solid result for the pairing. There's now Lindsay really coming under the kibosh. Seville hunting down the number 12 from SimSport Racing. It is Thundering Aston versus Thundering Aston. And also Baba Alal has just said that because of the drive-through that they got earlier on, and I think someone's been dropped out of the frying pan and into the fire on the YouTube chat, courtesy of Liam Hal Freeman, which is reference Renee, who said that the reason why that car 557 had their pit strategy changed, because somebody who's just said, please don't tell, somebody forgot to refuel and put new tyres on the car. And he's gone, love you, Renee. And then Renee's gone, psst, don't tell. Well, it's a bit late for that now. Laugh out loud.
Oh, boy.
But the thing is, you can have a laugh and a joke about it now. It's like a mistake. You just go, well, it's happened. I can't do anything about it. But meanwhile, this battle here, Lindsay versus Seville, is going to literally, I think, go on right up until the checkered flag, as they now hurtle their way across the start-finish line. Lindsay flashing at the car in front. That will be the 72 of Taylor, just quickly getting out of the way. And now that has allowed the opportunity for Jonathan Seville to get closed, to close in on Paul Lindsay. As Christopher O'Connor says, you got exposed, mate. Reference Renee Butler. But the main thing is we can have a laugh, a joke, banter behind the scenes, and also on chats as well. So a big thank you to those that have interacted with us on the various streams as well. And the temperature, it's been pretty much the case that the temperature has dropped, but the weather conditions have remained the same. No rainfall, no low-lying fog. I remember going to Hockenheim for the DTM finale in October 2016. First day of free practice. Definitely made the... oh no, oh my goodness me, moment there for Lindsay, and that has allowed Jonathan Seville to get past. So a moment there for Lindsay, compromised himself going through the Schumacher S's. It looked like there was a big pickup on the right-hand side as he went through the grass and into the dust, and that allowed Seville to get past. So an unforced error from Paul Lindsay there really gave Jonathan Seville the opportunity he needed to springboard his way past into P4.
That's all it takes. You go uphill at such an alarming rate, so to say, just up the hill and off the camber in 2 corners up the Schumacher S, and just get it wrong a tiny little bit, you just scratch the gravel, and well, it's not nice and even sand. You know, it's not a sandbox that you drive through, which somewhat, you know, you have not that much roll resistance in. It's all hundreds of thousands of rocks, and that slows you down one heck of a lot. And Paul Lindsay found that out very, very quickly. And yeah, that is a very big shame for him, and now he's trying his most desperate to get back to Jonathan Seville.
Yes, indeed, a little bit of desperation starting to set in. But it's now about just refocusing, just getting your head down, just carry on and push forward. Don't look back to what has just happened, just sort of like cast that aside. As there's another mistake from Lindsay. Oh my goodness me, that has gone from bad to worse from Paul Lindsay. 2 mistakes in probably, what was that? The best part of just nigh on a lap there. Paul Lindsay. And
yeah, almost perfectly a lap.
Yeah, and now the thing is, right behind him, he's got Amir Thacker closing in on him. That is not for position, but Thacker has got Taylor just up ahead in the 72. And now we go on board with the Porsche from Botapal Motorsport. 12.5 minutes remaining of the Duo Series, 3 hours of the Nurburgring. Tomorrow night, it will be Jake Sperry and myself back for one final time for the Alpine GT4 Championship. Elkhart Lake, Road America, round 5 with Trehorn versus Spinelli to decide the season finale. Then we'll also have the AMD GT4 Championship on Thursday, and then the penultimate round at Monza for the World Pro Racing Assetto Corsa Competizione Sprint Series Season 3. And there's a big wave from Adrian Figallo, our race director, with George Muscat to his left-hand side. And you can see now that they are the... and please can not someone mention the word snow and ice, as now the move has happened between Lindsay and Taylor, and that has allowed Thacker to close up in the meantime. And now it is a chance that Amir Thacker could help the team to get up to P8, having started P13, but a little run wide from the Porsche. And Liam Paul Freeman says, I think some snow and some ice would make this race a very different one, have a very different end. Yeah, well, you might have to get them onto studded snow tyres, Liam, if that was going to happen, and maybe put a Joker lap in there as well if you want to make it World RX with GT3 machinery. But hey, who's not wanting to have that done? But
ironically, at the part here at the track, we had World RX before, and Amir Thacker just went past Christian Taylor as well.
So there we go. Move for 8 hairs. 8th position has now happened. And the gap now between first and second, 40.7 seconds. I think now it is a case that they're going to stick to where they are. And World Pro Racing have said to Liam Powell Freeman, saying, I guess you want rain on the next one. Well, maybe if we have the Rain Master 3, we have it here with rain. And in the deep of nights as well. Not a Duo series, just a straight on. Yeah, so you have the Rain Master Part 3 here at the Nurburgring in the middle of the night when it's absolutely pitch black and it's raining. That'd be a good one, wouldn't it, Nico?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be absolutely down for that. I mean, it could escalate into chaos, but then again, a bit of chaos has never really harmed anyone. Don't quote me on that, by the way. I mean,
no, I won't. I won't at all. So 9.5 minutes to go. Rich Smith still leading, and by, well, he probably would find himself out of this region and probably might be near a Spa-Francorchamps right now, rather than being here at the Nurburgring. Jack Taylor and his partner in crime this very evening, Ash Knight, started in 9th position. They are on the verge of securing a podium here tonight. There is the one of the SimSport racing cars just behind. That is going to be the 43, Chris Pinchbeck, behind the wheel of that car, rounding out the top 7. Looks to be a little bit faster at the moment. Does Pinchbeck 155.8 for the 43 Aston Martin, Taylor a 156.3, and just decides, you know what, I've got to let it. I'm going to just let him pass, and Pinchbeck just neatly slingshots past the Porsche into the NGK chicane, and the funny thing is, Liam, is that when both myself and Nico know René very, very well indeed, we can read him a little bit like a book. A little bit, just a smidgen. But that's the whole point of us being able to interact with you all. And oh dear, right. I'm just going to keep an eye on what's been happening because. Oh, there's been a... Now, let's just have a look here. Amir Thacker coming through the Schumacher S's. Oh, he's lost it. Oh, my goodness. He's lost it and he's hit the barriers. Oh, that has caused dramas for the 557 with just over 8 minutes to go. And that has now dropped them. Oh...
Almost a carbon copy of the first incident of Silver Pyramids, isn't it?
Yeah, but the thing was, it was exactly the same way that the accident unfolded. That he clipped the, he went in, and then all of a sudden the rear diffuser bottomed out. The right rear got caught on the outside edge of the curbing, and it just spat the car sideways.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. It's been a tough race for the 557 for Amir Thacker and René Butler, but still, nevertheless, they are going to plug away until the end of this race. We are on the verge of going on to our 90th lap here at the Nurburgring. Rich Smith in control of proceedings, going through Advan. So now they will have, with the way lap times are at the minute, there's going to be 4 laps, including this one, still to go. And if they're running at the 155.2s, so Rich Smith crosses the line with 6 minutes and 3 seconds still to go. That will put us on to, we're on to lap number 90. This plus another 3 laps, 93 laps in total completed of this circuit. And it has been arduous for everybody involved here tonight. And it's been rather difficult for everybody. There's Luke Rogers, second on the road, heading through into Advan. That flat 6 4-litre boxer engine roaring away. So we've got another replay here. Now this is now we've got Luke Rogers actually on the screen, and he's had a spin as well. Oh my goodness!
The Schumacher is just the absolute Porsche killer today, isn't it? I think every single time we've had an incident that was either here or in the Vidal chicane. So yeah, really unfortunate luck for the Porsche drivers all around the circuit here. No matter what team. Nothing can save you from the curb, so to say.
It sounds like an impending thriller movie directed by your good self, Nico.
The curb of hell.
Yes.
Patent pending.
Yes. Yeah. Trademark by Hillbrand trademark there, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. Except it's not TM, it's just, the copyright thing, except with an H instead of a C.
Yeah, it's true. Very, very true.
Absolutely
indeed.
Perfect. I see no flaws in this.
Yes, and that will have the jury out on it as well, mate. So 4 minutes to go. Lap 91 now underway. And the main thing is that it looks like it's going to be an Aston Martin that wins on Germanic soil. But still in some respects a little bit Germanic underneath the hood, that clamshell hood of that bonnet.
Oh yeah, it's still a German engine, so you know.
Oh, it's winner
Either
winner.
way. Yeah, Germany wins in Germany. Fantastic. Well done, Germany. To be fair, the only real cars that weren't German in this case were, well, pretty much the McLaren, which is a fully built British car, except that the engine, I think, is actually, the engine block is actually imported from Nissan, as far as I remember. And then we have the Bentley, which is a truly British car, except that the engine is built by Pipo Motors, who also built the engine for the Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus SCG 007 hypercar.
Yeah.
And then we have the Ferrari, which is truly Italian, but only truly Italian.
Yes, indeed. So now at the moment, we have still plenty. Well, we don't have much time left, but things are starting to kick off here because that is Chris Pinchback. Oh, Chris Pinchback. Now he's got 6th position. Chris Pinchback is now into the top 6. And that is dramas for Martino, and now that's the Speed EXE car that has also been piloted by Marcello Fortio. So they have really come under the kibosh, and that is that's Jack Taylor with them. Oh my goodness me. Dramas for 6th position, and now we go on to the 92nd and penultimate lap of this race. Rich Smith for SimSport Solutions, along with teammate Dean Riley, have kept their head cool whilst others lost theirs. We've had dramas, we've had contretemps, we've had incidents, we've had penalties handed out, but it all comes down to being, so as they say, to finish first. First you must finish, and that is exactly what Rich Smith and Dean Riley have done tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, SimSport Racing Rouge, you know, as we have it here, SimSport Solutions, they've just been doing an exceptional job at keeping it completely error-free. Of course, you know, there were a couple of heads turned when Weiss put that pole position out 3,000th of a second. How close can you get? And was just absolutely crazy there. But yeah, they didn't let that bother them too much. They didn't let it bother them too much that they couldn't get past Weiss up until their pit stop. They just went for the undercut, and it worked out well for them. They just didn't put a single foot wrong, and yeah, just a perfect race from Smith. Taking over the wheel from his teammate as well.
Yeah, so through into the NGK chicane goes Rich Smith. This time around, white flag will be out. On board we go with the 22 from SimSport Solutions. Final lap has been called. It has been a race of attrition. Thacker and Funari battling away, 9th and 10th position as they'll head on to the final lap very, very shortly. Timer strikes 0. The 3 hours of the Nurburgring here on the World Pro Racing Duo Series that has been broadcasted over the last few hours on Facebook Live, Twitch, YouTube, TVM Sport in Malta, Motorsport.tv, and the eSports Television Network. It sees one team becoming the cream of the crop. And it is this team right here. After what will be 297.5 miles, 478.764 kilometers of total mileage covered by the race leaders. Rich Smith heads into the Schumacher S's for the final time on lap number 93. And Jean Pinchbeck, Chris Pinchbeck's mum, absolutely ecstatic on the fact that Pinchbeck's move on Martino to secure 6th. And Seville closing in the dying stages for 3rd and 4th place between Taylor and Seville. Podium could be under threat for the number 9. But at the moment, it is now a cruise to the finish. Through the NGK chicane for the final time. One more corner remains. And after 93 laps, the night time brings it to a close. It is the 22 SimSport Solutions victorious, with Dean Riley and Rich Smith, with the latter taking the checkered flag behind the wheel. And now the thunderous roar of that flat 6 4-litre Porsche Boxer engine roars its way through the Schumacher S's for the final time. The 18 Ferrari finishes 13th. Taylor in the 72, Funari and Thacker, they round out 8th, 9th and 10th at the end of it. Paul Lindsay brings home the number 12 car into 5th position. Luke Rogers, despite having that secondary spin earlier on in his last stint of the race, now heads into the NGK chicane. Hard on the brakes, down to 3rd gear. And then the Hyundai N-Cover for the final time. Pole position by 3/1000ths of a second by Putlepal Motorsport. The pairing of Johannes Weiss and Luke Rogers will take 2nd position. We now wait, and the battle is on. Oh, it's getting rather close. Taylor versus Seville, and now Seville showing a sign of desperation, wanting to get the jump on the Porsche. He looks to the outside coming out of Bierkurve. And at this particular moment, Taylor just needs to park the rear haunches of that Porsche where he needs to. But the run coming from Seville is absolutely mind-blowing. The Porsche trying to get the jump going through into the NGK chicane. And you can now see, oh, that is not what you wanted. Taylor might have had a little bit of a turnaround. I'm not too sure on that one. That was very close. Could have been a racing incident, but it was threading the eye of the needle. And at the moment, Seville comes across the line. I would like to see a replay of that from a different angle, because that was way too close to call, if we could. But Seville and Pole SimSport take 3rd place provisionally. Oh my goodness me. I knew it was going to be drama. I saw them closing up. Seville versus Taylor. I don't know what to say, Nico. I really don't.
I think it's a difficult one to call, simply because Seville, of course, right on the tail of Taylor, and I think honestly because his entry was impeded a little bit late on the brakes, went a bit too straight, then hit that anti-cut there, and that slowed him down too much, and that was when the contact happened. So I would say that was maybe a racing incident, but we would have to see a replay for that first. But what a way to finish this race.
Ach, meine Güte is all I'm saying about that one. Oh my God, that was crazy. I mean, 3 hours of racing, you know, 1st and 2nd pretty much decided. Hopefully we'll get some drivers to have a chat with in a short moment. I know it's a bit late. It has been a lengthy broadcast here
almost
on World Pro
half past
Racing.
12, yes.
Right, okay. So I have been informed by race control there was actually no contact. So, okay, thank you for Adrian Figaro for clearing that up. So effectively what that means now is that your top 3, I've actually been typing this up as we speak, so your victors of the 3 hours of the Nurburgring, SimSport Solutions, Rich Smith and Dean Riley. 2nd, Butterpal Motorsports, Johannes Weiss and Luke Rogers. And already, Walnut in the YouTube chat said, I'll get Rene Butler to come and chat with you. Well, that's dependent on if he wants to, but it is a bit of a late evening. So I would imagine if people are probably exhausted after this race, and it has been a lengthy one. Obviously, we've got 2 commentators, 1 hour behind the other, but we're still having very late nights here as such. We'll just wait for a couple of minutes. But to be honest with you, it could have been a very different race had there not been any issues for Johannes Weiss and Luke Rogers in the 556 for Butler Motorsport.
I definitely say so. I think there were a couple mistakes. I heard from Johannes that Luke actually had some troubles in the last stint. A couple spins here and there, so yeah. If the focus is out once, then, it's very difficult to get back into the rhythm, but either way, it was enough to finish where they did, so yeah, very good race from them. And of course, we have our third place runners here already.
Yeah, okay, well, let's have a quick chat with them. So, firstly, third place, having started fourth on the grid, the pairing of Pulse Simsport's Miles Dixon and Jonathan Staville. Jonathan, firstly, let's go to you, because obviously you were in the car for that final stint and having that battle with Taylor coming into the final couple of corners. It was nip and tuck. Just from your perspective, just explain, because you've got a really good run coming out of Advan, going into the NGK chicane. That was very close between the pair of you, and Taylor ended up on the entrance into the pit lane.
Yeah, it was a fun last lap, to be honest. You see the gap coming down. And yeah, we're right on them at the last lap, obviously. And I just kept the pressure on as much as I can. And the mistake did come at the end, unfortunately for him, but positive for us. But they're actually our sister team, so we're on comms to them at the same time, to be honest. So
I hate to think what industrial language might have been used when that happened. Hopefully not from your side or anybody else's, but I think at the end of the day, you all battled hard and fair, and still for the pair of Knight and Taylor to still get from 10th to 4th at the end of it and being on the verge of a podium was still a pretty good result, eh?
Yeah, they did a really good job, to be honest, and yeah, almost capitalised from our mistake in the pits.
Well, actually, let's speak to Miles about that. Miles, what exactly was the drama in the pit lane for you guys?
I forgot to do the request Johnny in the pit stop, and I didn't notice till when it said go, and he wasn't moving.
Oh no! So it's like battle. It was like red alert if you're on a Star Trek bridge, then effectively.
Yeah, basically. But normally we remind each other as soon as someone gets into the car.
Yeah.
So, but then I guess we just forgot, and I put the blame to Johnny on that one.
Well, it has been a long evening, gents, but still to be third after 93 laps. The best part of nearly 300 miles of racing. Congratulations. Any shout out to any friends, family, sponsors before we let you go for the evening?
Just RC Racing Europe Positive Perception and FF Sim Racing Wheels. That's it at the moment.
And shout out to the team, yeah.
And Pulse Simsport,
yeah.
Teammate.
Well, Jonathan Seville and Miles Dixon from Pulse Simsport and the 52 Aston Martin. Guys, congratulations. Thank you very much, and hopefully we'll see you again very soon here on World Pro Racing.
Thank you. Take care.
Okay, Nico, over to you, and I think you found our runners-up at Butler Motorsport, Johannes Weiss and Luke Rogers, and I think Rene Butler might make a quick impromptu appearance.
Yeah, of course. First of all, let's speak to the drivers. Let's speak to the finishing driver first, Luke. So, a bit of, after pole position and first stint being quite long, very difficult to get into that car there. But as soon as you had found yourself in, you really got flying in the first stint.
Yeah, when I came out within a second of that Aston that was in third, I was terrified. I was sweating. I was very nervous in the car. Those first few laps were very sketchy as the tyres came up. But I got into the rhythm, and I was really happy with that first stint by the end of it. My second stint was messy, but luckily we established enough of a gap to P3 that even though I had 6 incidents in my second stint, it was okay in the end.
All good things are 6 after all, but yeah. And then, of course, Mr. Weiss, the starting driver, not just insane qualifying, just coming out of nowhere after not setting a lap in free practice, but yeah, also with a seemingly heavier car defending for the lead for quite some time. How did the race go for you overall?
Yeah, I mean, quality was a surprise to me. as well. I didn't expect to put it on pole at all, and then I knew the Porsche has a very good start. So yeah, I just went off there and could hold the lead for basically any time because, you know, with the rear engine layout, it just has so much traction out of the corners that nobody can catch you, even on the shorter straight or the longer straights. And then yeah, first stint was nearly perfect. Was maybe a bit too long. We should have gone for a shorter first stint, but yeah, then we settled in for P2 for the rest of the race.
Yeah, and a second stint was a little bit bumpy. You actually had a little bit of a short run-in with our P3 finishers, but racing incident, of course. Either way, fantastic run from you. And of course, you know, from you both there, not just you. But yeah, last of all, let's speak with the team boss, Rene. How does it feel to have one good finishing car in the race?
How does it feel that isn't the car I was racing on, right? No, I mean this was kind of yeah, a short call, right, to say that we actually put cars into this. I absolutely loved the fun. The guys were amazing in chat, even without concentrating, because we're constantly babbling about different stuff while driving. So that they managed to get in the top 3 with that, and seeing how quick Johannes and Luke are, it's pretty cool. I love it. Totally fine with that.
Yeah, and also mixing around the drivers just before the race start, actually, because a certain someone hadn't figured out how to mount his pedals yet.
Yeah, like, I was supposed to do qualification because I felt like super slow because I didn't race for ages to do job and everything. So I was just like, oh, there's an event I want to take part. Signet was about to do quali and stint 1. Then he came around like, I can't do it. Can you do it? Quite surprised actually that we made that close to the top 10 in the qualification. But I love starting, so that's everything for me. I'm fine with not driving for the rest of the entire race as long as I get the first 5 laps in traffic. And I think I did a good job, right? I mean, my job is to make sure that my drivers feel good, right? So I spun a lot, so all the others feel a lot better. So I think I did a great job there.
I mean, before that, you gained 7 positions on the start and through all of that chaos, so you earned your time as a Beyblade. So yeah, thank you very much, Rene.
So I asked for that. Like, when I did 7 overtakes, he was like, dude, you will let me look really bad on stream because I won't move anywhere. And then I was joking around like, oh, don't worry, at the end of the stint, I will probably be all the way back and you can redo that. So yeah, unfortunately, that kind of happened.
The self-fulfilling prophecy. But yeah, thank you very much, Rene. And back to you, Alex.
Yeah, good to hear from Rene as always. Very, very good character. But let's head to our race victors. 93 laps in the books. Missed out on pole position by just 3/1000ths of a second, despite a last-ditch attempt. So let's have a chat with Dean Riley and Rich Smith from the winning car, SimSport Solutions, number 22, Aston Martin. Rich, Dean, firstly, guys, congratulations.
Yes. Cheers, Alex. Cheers, mate. Appreciate that.
Now, a very different strategy was employed. Obviously, the 556 Porsche of Butler Pal Motorsport, they had a bit of a drama. I think Luke had actually spun it, but you guys were very aggressive on the strategy. You did the proper good old undercut, and it was sort of like a pendulum swing. We saw you guys go into the pits, and then the Porsche would react, and then it would be sort of like boot on the other foot. How confident were you with your strategy for tonight?
Yeah, I think we always had it in our head. That's what we're going to do. We know here, certainly in Nurburgring, track position is king. It really is. It's so hard to overtake if you've got someone that's confident in front of you. As Dean found out with Johannes in the first stint, didn't matter whether Johannes made a small mistake or anything like that. Dean could only get so close. And as Johannes also said, the Porsche is so quick out the corners. It was just a matter of we had to do something, react quicker. Obviously, as the end of the stint come on, the lap times were dropping away. Get me in the car, get some new tyres on, hopefully pull in some laps that were going to be, you know, even if we could have got 1 or 2 laps that were sort of half a second quicker, it would have given us the jump on them, and hopefully again we'd have had track position then. So we knew that we were always going to react to what other people did, but in our heads we were probably going to split it precisely sort of into 45-minute stints.
Yeah, I mean, Rich, obviously the start phase, we saw that Johannes got a real good jump on you guys, but, you know, the 22 Aston Martin kept the Porsche very honest in the first stint.
Yeah, well, I'll let Dean talk you through how it went for him.
Yeah. So yeah, it didn't matter where we qualified, if it was first or second, we were always going to be second best off the start. So we always had that in our mind, just to sit behind the Porsche and just monitor when he was going to pit. We always knew the undercut was stronger, so we made the decision to come in, and obviously it paid off massively. And once we had clean air, we had the pace to stay there and keep pushing the gap. So yeah, we weren't too concerned about the first stint. It was always just staying in the mix and not making mistakes or any incidents. And we knew throughout the race that we'd have strong pace, considering we're very similar in pace. So yeah, it paid off.
Well, guys, congratulations for tonight's victory here on the 3 hours of the Nurburgring on the Duo Series. Before we let you go, any sponsors, friends, families that you'd like to give a shout out tonight?
Well, definitely to the other two sim sport teams that participated. Obviously, as you would have seen in the stream, they qualified very well, but obviously a couple of little small incidents they got caught up in the first few laps put them right away, pretty much to the back, certainly in Kieran and Chris's car, and they were on the verge after a failed pit stop where Kieran forgot to change the driver, so they'd done an extra pit stop as well. They were on the verge of just quitting, but I think Chris took over for a little bit, Kieran calmed down a bit, they carried on going, and they pulled back to 6th place. So yeah, fantastic job. So
yeah, I think that move from Chris was actually within the last couple of laps of the race, managing to get past the 34 McLaren in the dying stages. So great job by them. But guys, we're going to let you go. Thank you very much for taking part, and hopefully we'll see you guys again soon here on World Pro Racing.
cheers. Thanks to World Pro Racing as well for the event. I really enjoy it.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate
Cheers, guys.
the comment
Cheers.
there. So, Nico, good to hear from the top 3 crews. But just really your final thoughts before we close things up, because I think we all need a bit of shut-eye now, don't we, after a very, very lengthy race at the Nurburgring?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at this point it's past 12, so definitely some time for shut-eye now. But I'd say it was a very good event. I'd say it was a very, very fun race to watch, and also very exciting to watch. And yeah, I can only recommend to people watching here, to people who are also into racing or who are not yet into racing but may have gotten interested. We've got so many things coming up here at World Pro Racing. We've got the Rookie Series coming up, so if you're just starting in, with racing, the perfect place to start is here. We have this broadcast, we have FIA accredited stewards, and we have people of every single skill and experience gap, so to say. So it's a great place to start here. You could see that there's action all around the track here, and it's definitely not getting boring. So if you want to get into racing, here's the perfect place to start. If you want to find a new place to challenge other racers, here's the perfect place to go.
And you know what? That's a pretty good statement to make. Well, before we close things up here, just a quick reminder, don't forget to follow us on all these relevant social media channels at World Pro Racing on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. If you want to find out more about World Pro Racing and what events are coming up, head to worldproracing.com, and if it's for the events, then put /events. Also, this week, we have got bumper-to-bumper action for the next 3 nights in a row. The season finale at Road America for the Alpine GT4 Championship tomorrow night, the 3rd round of the AMG GT4 Championship, and then the penultimate round of Season 3 of the World Pro Racing Assetto Corsa Competizione Sprint Series. A big thank you as always to Gaming Malta, Thrustmaster, GT Omega Racing, HyperX and AMD. We'd also like to thank you all for watching on TVM Sport in Malta, Motorsport.tv, the Esports Television Network, and also all the affiliated World Pro Racing streams on Facebook Live, Twitch and YouTube. On behalf of Nico Hilbrand and myself, Alex Goldschmidt, it's good night for now. See you tomorrow evening for more racing here on World Pro Racing, where sim racing becomes real.
World Pro Racing, where sim racing becomes real.
Senna was a god. No one could even dream to follow him.
I'm from a very humble background.
The role of women at that time were really difficult.
This is so dangerous. You are risking not only your life, but also my life.
World Pro Racing, where sim racing becomes real.